All right. So this is currently Sunday, August 13th. Probably not going to be a lot of views today because it's a Sunday. Everybody, probably working, tired or whatnot or whatever. Um, but I just wanted to get out this little bit of information. Again, I try to, give you some stuff that you might not, hear, might not know about, things that aren't really publicized. So if you decide to go online, you can, I mean, obviously you're online, but you can look up WO 2020060606 A1, and that will pull you up to a page of Google patents, right? And it states cryptocurrency system using body activity data. Now, some people would, try to figure out like why is that important, Seji? Why would you, um, want to even bring that up, to us, right? And the abstract part of it is it says that human body activity associated with the task provided to a user may be used in a mining process of a cryptocurrency system. A server may provide a task to a device of a user which is communicatively coupled to the server. A sensor communicatively coupled to or comprised in the device of the user may sense body activity of the user. Body activity data may be generated based on the sensed body activity of the user. The cryptocurrency system communicatively coupled to the device of the user may verify if the body activity data satisfies one or more conditions set by the cryptocurrency system and award cryptocurrency to the users who body activity data is verified. So again, some people might be a little bit lost, still trying to figure out like, yo, Seji, why would you, bring this, directly up to us? Like, why does this realistically matter? The main thing that I've always told people is the fact that um, I'm, into technology. So I, look towards, the future, and I tend to, see and understand where things can go. Um, these were some of the things that they were trying to implement or bring about during the time of the pandemic. And this is why I told people to pay very close attention to how it is that they were going to use certain types of technologies that are out there, um, side by side with other things such as 15-minute cities, right? And again, this may seem like conspiracy to a lot of other people, but again, this is why I have the information directly in front of you. That's, you know, WO 2020060606 A1. So again, if anybody wants to think that what I'm trying to bring to you is conspiracy, is, a little bit cuckoo or whatever it is, I would just tell you to look up the same information that I'm about to read off directly to you, right? And I have some things highlighted, right? So they say summary 0005. Some exemplary embodiments of the present disclosure may use human body activity associated with a task provided to a user as a solution to mining challenges in cryptocurrency system. For example, a brainwave or body heat emitted from the user when the user performs the task provided by an information or service provider, such as viewing advertisements or using certain internet services, can be used in the mining process instead of massive computation, work required by some conventional cryptocurrency systems. Data generated based on the body activity of the user can be a proof of work, and therefore, a user can solve the computer difficulty problems unconsciously. Accordingly, certain exemplary embodiments of the present disclosure may reduce computational energy. for the mining process as well as make the mining process faster, right? So what they're letting you know is that they want to implement and use the human body, right, along with whatever device that may be associated, right? Either it might be external or internal, meaning that they might have you wear something, let's say maybe it might be a smartwatch, maybe it might be your cell phone because it's always on, or maybe it might be something that you might put directly over your heart or whatever it is, right? Or maybe it might be smart glasses, right? And that's just the external. Now, for the internal part, it may be an implant, right? That will be used in order to monitor, right, your brain waves. It'll be used to monitor your fluids. It'll be used to monitor your heart rate and different things of that nature, right? And what they're telling you is that if the tasks, right, what if your body is doing what it is that they feel that it should be doing at a certain level, then you will be rewarded, right, for completing such task, right? This is, in a sense, how they would control money, right? If you do what it is that they say when they tell you to do it, if they go out there and they tell you to jog, you got to run a certain amount of miles, right? If you gotta, watch a certain amount of advertisements before you can basically turn over your first dollar, if you gotta eat or buy this certain brand or product before you can happen to get some type of money directly from them. This is basically what this is. And again, I completely understand if some people may want to question it. You can completely question it. I have no problems directly with that. That is exactly why you see the the letters and the numbers directly up there, so you can go and actually look this up directly for yourself. If you just may be looking at this on your TV, your tablet, your cell phone, if you have a multitask feature, um, you can do it by any which way you want to do it, and you will see the exact same information that I'm reading directly off to you. Like I said, this is a patent. When you type that in, it'll bring you up to what is called Google Patents, and it'll say on the very front page, cryptocurrency system using body activity data, right? Next, it said 0006 systems, method, and hardware aspects of computer readable storage media are provided herein for a cryptocurrency system using human body activity data. According to various embodiments of the present disclosure, a server may provide a task to the device of the user which is communicating, coupled to the server. A sensory connectivity, coupled or compromised in the device of the user may sense body activity of the user. Body activity data may be generated based on the sensed. Remember, on the sensed, which means that either you have to be wearing the device or the device has to be implanted directly into you. Right? It could be the arm, it could be the hand, it could be whatever. As long as it's within the body or on the body, and they're able to monitor the activity, it will send that directly to the server, and then in response, if you meet those certain tasks and complete those certain tasks with, I guess maybe let's say the body temperature, your heart rate, or however it is that they want to make the system basically work, you will then be rewarded money, right? So then it states that a cryptocurrency um, device of the user may verify whether or not the body activity data satisfies one or more conditions set by the cryptocurrency system and award cryptocurrency to the user whose body activity data is verified. Further go down to 0022. Task server 110 may provide one or more tasks to the device. 130 over communication network 120. For example, task server 110 may be at least one of a web server delivering or serving up web pages, an application server handling applications operations between users and applications or databases, a cloud server, a database server, a file server, a service server, a game server implementing games or services for a game, and a media server delivering media such as streaming videos or audio. The task provided by task server 110 will be discussed in more details below. So what they're telling you is that with the patent that they have, no telling when they're going to actually try to implement it or just so happen to use it. It's set up to basically work with computers. If they have a task that they want you to do specifically on the computer, it'll be, I guess, hardwired and pretty much, set up, and, it'll do what it's supposed to do. Right. And if you don't happen to do it, guess what? You're not going to happen to get any money specifically from that. They also have video games directly, right? Listed in here because they said a game server implementing games or services for a game. So that could be anywhere from your normal cell phone games, which a lot of people do play, to your video game consoles, to also computer games. So that can be Steam, Epic, or what have you. Then they also listed normal media. So that means television and movies by stating that a media server delivering media such as streaming video. And they also listed music because after that they said or audio. So all of the entertainment that we pretty much use on an everyday basis, they're already trying to figure out ways to implement this in order to give people a type of way, right, to earn money, right, by doing these basic everyday things that we just do for leisure. We just do this for fun. We do this to relax. Pretty soon, you'll have people doing this for a job. You'll have people doing this specifically from home. And a lot of people are going to look at this and like, oh man, this is amazing. It's like, yo, they're just doing this. Like I went to school, I went to college for, 4, 5, 7, 10 years, and I wasted 100,000, 200, 300 grand, directly on a degree that I'm not even really, fully using, not even able to use because of, the jobs directly out here. And they're just sitting at home watching commercials, listening to music, watching videos or whatever it is, and they're making all of this money. That's how they're going to glamorize it. That's how they're going to get people into the door in order to accept this. In order for this to be, fully implemented. In order for neighbors and children and different things of that nature. And the other thing that I want people to also understand with this technology, um, they're not going to just be able to monitor as they say, right? They're like, hey, we're going to be able to monitor brainwaves. I didn't even get to that part yet, but later on it'll also list that they're going to monitor your brainwaves as well, along with your heart, along with the fluid in the body, along with the heat that's being released, along with the radiation and different things of that nature, right? So if we didn't have nefarious people, if we didn't have, people behind the scenes in the shadows, this technology could actually be good for humanity. But when you look at the fact that you have people out here who only want to control and they want to ensnare, they want to capture, right? Because it wasn't that long ago that you had the Georgia Stone. What did the Georgia Stone basically state to you? It stated that the world population should be what? I think what they put like 500 million or something like that. Like somewhere, but we're living with about what 7 to 8 billion people on the planet. But they want to dwindle that all the way and put that to like 500 million. Like I said, people got to pay attention to the things that are specifically out here. I know some things out here might seem like fantasy. It might seem like fantastical or whatever word that you might want to use. But the writing is clear cut on the wall. And they're telling you specifically what it is that they are doing. And they're being very bold, right? And they can actually do that because they know that a lot of people, they, like I said, this information is clear cut out there for anybody to go look up if they want to. It's not hidden. You can clearly go look this up right now and read. Take your time, go order something directly from Chipotle or Five Guys or whatever it is. Have you like a nice, coffee and a biscuit, and you can sit up there and just read. Take about, depending on how fast you read, take about a good 30 minutes, an hour, whatever it is, and just read it. Because what they're telling you is that they're going to track you. So if you look at how Google Maps uses cars, they use vehicles in order to basically showcase the streets and to let you know, like, hey, these are back roads, this is this and this is that. They're going to use that technology to also map the areas that we're all around, giving them, and they're going to turn that data into a full 3D model. Like I said, the way that they can use this data and this information, a lot of people can't even fathom. A lot of people are not even in that space to really even try to comprehend that, right? And this is also falling directly in line with the 15-minute cities that they are in the works of making. And one of the ways that you need to make one of these quote unquote 15-minute cities is that a area has to be polluted, or a disaster would have had to have happened and taken place. And we've seen that take place. We've seen them in California, where whole areas were completely burned down, but things were still left standing, right? We saw that in Eastern Ohio, right? Where pollution was basically raining down from the skies day and night, right? And now we're looking at Maui. And again, I know that some people might say that, hey, Cedric, this is all conspiracy. What proof do you have? Look up China and look up 15-minute cities. Look at how they have to come in and out of that city. Look how it's gated. Look how it is that you have to verify who you are with your cell phone if you want to come in or out. They have it gated for a reason, because you need permission to get in there, which means that you need permission in order to get directly into your home, right? And some people will sit up there and say like, "Oh, well, 15-minute city sounds great. Like, what's um, what's wrong with a 15-minute city?" Well, a 15-minute city sounds great on paper, meaning that, hey, everything is close by. You don't really have to spend a lot of energy, a lot of time, a lot of money to get to and from. Yeah, that part is true. But at the same time, when dealing with that 15-minute city, that means that everything is close and they know specifically where you are. If anything happens, there's nowhere for you to run because you're caged in like an animal. You're basically like a lab rat living inside of a steel cage. You got all of your amenities, you got everything that you want. You got your little wheel, you got your little bit of water, you got the food that they sit up there and give you, you got the nice little soft stuff that they get you so that you can, lie in the cage. They might even give you a little friend. But other than that, there's nothing. There's nothing else inside of that cage. You're stuck in that cage while you're surrounded by the outside world. What human being wants to live like a caged lab rat? And this is why I tell people before that there's a lot of things out here that are taking place, that are happening, that are they're put directly in front of us in order to cause distractions, in order for us not to be focused, so we're not aware. This is why I try to tell people that the Coliseum is open, meaning that, during the time of the pandemic, everything was closed down. That means that, guess what? All of the distractions that they normally put out there, those were cut, right? All of the many ways that you had people who would like to run the system, their money was getting cut, their funds were getting cut, things was looking a little bit funny, right? For the elites, for the other individuals directly out there, the people in power, right? And due to the fact that they noticed that it wasn't just affecting us, but it was affecting them as well, they were like, we might have to open this back up. And then once they realized that people were actually reading and paying attention and listening, right? Because during that time, like I stated before, if you look back during the pandemic, you had journalists actually having to do actual news where they were giving you, some important things to look at, to pay directly full-fledged attention to. It wasn't a whole bunch of this distraction with reality TV, with music, with movies coming out, with all other different types of variety of entertainment, right? The Coliseum was shut down, the Coliseum was closed, and people were actually waking up, were actually paying attention, and they were like, yo, this whole system is jacked. Look at what it is that they're trying to sit up there and do, right? So when you had everybody waking up, when you had everybody actually paying attention, when you had everybody actually like, yo, whatever problems that we got bigger fish that we gotta actually like deal with. So, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we're gonna sit up there and mess them up. And they were like, nah, we can't have this. We gotta open everything back up. We got to open everything back up, irregardless on whatever stipulations that they had additionally already put. They were like, "Hey, you can't go here without, taking certain medical procedures that we say that you need to take. If you want to go to this restaurant, you got to verify that you had these medical procedures. You want to get on this airplane, you got to let us know you had these medical procedures. You want to go to these type of entertainment and engagements, you got to make sure you had these medical procedures." This is why I also brought to you guys the video where it showcased that they wanted the ID to be put in place, right? So if you had a certain medical procedure, right, during the pandemic, multiple times, it will be verified, right? You will be able to open up this app that the government would have, and it would basically list that, yeah, we say that this person is okay because they did what it is that we told them to do. So because they did that, they're allowed to sit up there and do X, Y, and Z, and maybe even some more things that the normal general public not able to do because they're not listening to specifically what it is that we're telling them to do, right? So this is what we're looking at, right? So it says 0023, alternatively, cryptocurrency system 150 may provide one or more tasks to the user device 130. For example, in a decentralized cryptocurrency network, the task may be proposed to the user device 130 by miner, e.g., computer resources or nodes, right? 201, or you can look at figure 2. In another example, in a centralized cryptocurrency system, a cryptocurrency server may send the task to the user device 130, right? So I don't see like the diagram or anything like that up here. So I'm just going to give you guys a picture, right? So we got the two ways that you can have this device. One, it'll be, fixed on the body somehow, it'll be wearable. Let's say like Google Glass, Microsoft Glass, or something like that. Maybe it might be a hat. Um, maybe it might be some headphones. Maybe it might be a heart monitor or something that you could put directly on your wrist, right? So something that's wearable. The other way, like I stated before, it will be an implant. And if you want to see some of these implants, um, they have videos directly on YouTube that showcase this. I think I might have even given you guys at one point in time, not sure which channel, um, a talk. It wasn't a TED talk specifically, but it was some type of talk where you had three individuals, and one of the women had the microchip, the implantable microchip that you could put and insert directly into your hand, and that device would basically have all of your information directly on it. So let's say normally you would need a passport. Let's say if you had your passport and you magically lost it. Well, if you have that implantable chip, you can go to the airport and they can just be like, hey, I lost my passport, but I have everything directly in my right hand. All you have to do is just hold up your hand. They have a device to basically scan, read the signal, verify everything is okay, and there you go. It has your birth, it has your social, it has your passport, it has every single thing that you need directly on there. In some instances, it might even have your bank account information as well. And like I said before, I am a tech type of guy and I do love tech. I'm a 50-50 type of person as well. There's no reason for everything to be electric in a society where you're dealing with a utopia and everybody is for humanity, for the growth of humanity, for the healthiness of the planet, for the globe and air quality, water quality. If it was in that perfect world, fine, so be it. This would actually be great technology, right? Including the electric. But we're not living in that society where the people that are in power actually care about me, you, and everybody else that's not rich, everybody else that don't have pool, don't have power, that don't own countries or anything like that, or working behind the scenes in the shadows, or one of the 12 families. We're not any of those people. So this technology is built specifically for us because you have a ruling class and then you have the classes that get ruled. That's where we sit. And because you got the ruling class, they're the ones that make the rules. So they will implement a variety of things for us to quote unquote follow that they don't necessarily have to sit up there and follow, right? The main thing that I would always sit up there and say is who watches the watchman? So if we got all of these devices that they're trying to make to watch us, who's watching the people that implement these devices? Who's watching all of the people that's in government? Who's watching all of these celebrities? Who's watching all of those rich elite families? Right? Nobody. They're left to their own devices. They're free to do whatever it is that they want to do while all of us is getting monitored. And if you don't believe how dangerous, in a sense, this is or could be, um, there was a video that I recently watched on YouTube, and a guy was going over North Korea. North Korea, for the longest time, has had borders up, and they've made sure to implement certain things um, to make sure that people that want to defect from North Korea could not escape, or if they did, it would be very hard for them to do. Um, of recent years before the pandemic, they had about 1,000 plus for about a good 2 years that were able to actually defect from North Korea and make it to other areas, and including making it to South Korea, where they will be free, right? But since the pandemic, North Korea has pretty much built up more walls. They've put up more fencing. They put up more barbed wire. They've especially implemented something to the effect of if you see somebody trying to escape, you're pretty much done on sight. You're done on sight. And if they happen to catch you and they don't happen to take you out there, you'll be put or placed directly into prisons, or again, you'll be executed. North Korea has implemented their own internet, of which people can't go outside of the internet. They've implemented their own cell phones that run specifically with that internet and with specific North Korean providers. And again, they've made sure that if you use their phone, if you use their tech, that you're only using their internet. Nobody in North Korea knows anything about the outside world. Pretty much, you can pretty much say that if there's a child in North Korea, they pretty much assume that everything is North Korea. That North Korea is pretty much probably the only continent, right? Because they're only taught and allowed certain types of information because their information is being controlled by the higher ups, by the elites, by the people who have an invested interest, right? In order to keep people at a certain intelligence level so that they can be the most intelligent people there and rule over the people that are quote unquote deemed unintelligent, that they have made unintelligent by making them ignorant and not giving them the necessary information so that they can come to, right, their own thing. That's slowly but surely what you're seeing with the United States. The same thing that you see with North Korea is the same thing that you slowly are starting to see with the United States. It's slowly what you're starting to see in Canada. And again, if you don't believe me, go on YouTube and I have the video, I just haven't put it up yet. But there's a video specifically out there on Australia. I'm not sure if a lot of people specifically know, but Australia is almost pretty much a cashless society. They stated by 2024, Australia will be a cashless society. They pretty much at this moment in time have more ATMs than banks. Like I said, people need to be paying very close attention. If everything is completely digital, or if everything is completely by card, where you got to go to the ATM, there's not like a main bank that you can go to, it's going to be a problem. If you don't believe me, I brought you guys a previous video some time ago, maybe about last year, and there was a sort of kind of collapse that took place in China, in the mainland, and people were trying to get their money and they couldn't get their money. And what inevitably ended up happening was that people had to go from different provinces. I'm talking about like 40 plus miles away to come to the main areas to try to come to the main financial sections to try to get some answers. And you had hundreds of thousands of people in the streets trying to get to these banks and like, yo, where's my money? This is the danger that we are clear cut facing at this moment in time with the banking infrastructure, which is already shaky, which a lot of people already don't trust, and with the money in general, because again, it's not backed by anything. It's not backed by anything. This is why we have all this debt. The money is not backed by anything at all. At all. And for all of this to be taking place directly in front of people's faces, and just in general, human beings not having the sense to be angry or to be enraged or to not even try to question or ponder, that's a problem. And that's also showcasing the fact of how well conditioned the greater majority of the world's population is when it comes to receiving a lot of this information. We're so well conditioned to the fact that even if we're given the truth, we're not going to chase it. We're not going to question it. We're not going to try to break it apart. We're not going to try to critique it. We just either say, okay, it exists and I'm fine with it, or we'll just ignore it and act like it was never here. Or it'll just get to the point where people will need the quote unquote fact checkers in order to actually tell them, like, yeah, this information is incorrect. No need to believe it. Yeah, this information is correct. You need to believe it. Again, like I told people before, who realistically are the fact checkers? Who's running those checks? Who's signing those checks? Who owns the fact checkers? Who do they work for? Where do they get their information from? What parties are they a part of? Right? So next we go to 0026. Sensor 140 may be configured to sense the body activity of the user, right? Which means that if you're giving off energy, if you're giving off heat, the technology that is implemented that you either have an implant or something that you wear, it'll be able to sense all of that, right? They said that sensor 140 may be a separate component from the user device 130 and may be operably and or communicatively connect to the user device 130. Alternatively, sensor 140 may be included and integrated in user device 130. For example, user device 130 may be a wearable device having a sensor 140 therein. The sensor 140 may transmit information slash data to the user device 130. Sensor 140 may include, for example, but not limited to, functional magnetic resonance imaging or fMRI scanners or sensors. It may also have, what is that? I want to say telegraphy. Well, I'm not going to jack up the word. EEG. Somebody else can probably break that down for me in the comment section because I ain't trying to jack it up right now. But it may also have EEG sensors, near infrared spectroscopy or NIRS sensors, heart rate monitors, thermal sensors, optical sensors, radio frequency or RF sensors, ultrasonic sensors, cameras, or any other sensors or scanner that may or can measure or sense body activity or scan human body. For instance, the fMRI may measure body activity by detecting changes associated with blood flow. The fMRI may use a magnetic field and radio waves to create detailed images of the body, e.g., blood flow in the brain to detect areas of activity. So, again, they're specifically telling you all of the different spectrums that this technology that they are trying to implement, that they already have a patent on. They're already telling you the different spectrums that it can read. Let me go back over this again. It can read electric, it can read infrared, it can read your heart rate monitors, it can read thermal, optic, radio frequencies, ultrasonic, or any others that can be used to measure or sense body activity. Like I said, pay attention to that. That's a lot of information. That's a lot of data that they're specifically collecting. And then the other thing is, what realistically and specifically are they using all of this for other than the cryptocurrency? Because again, they have to hold this data somewhere. They have to collect this. So you're going to have a giant computer somewhere that we don't even know. We don't even know what it looks like. We don't know who's running it. We don't know who governs over it. But all of that data and that information is going to be put in a file format. And if we all, let's say, have these devices, guess what? It's going to be filed directly under our names. It's going to have our locations. It's going to have our addresses. It's going to have our demographics. It's going to have the city and state. It's going to have our whereabouts. Right? So just think, they would be able to tell with enough data and information, and probably going from, previous things that they know, they could probably tell if somebody's using drugs, right? It's almost touching on the effect of like Minority Report, right? Where they know before you know. Just think about if you ever got stopped by the police and this technology was implemented everywhere. They wouldn't even ask you questions. They'll be like, "Oh, we just, showed up here to ask you questions." And they were like, "We're getting a reading that your brain activity is off the charts. Your heart rate is pretty going pretty fast. So we're going to need you to get on the ground and put your hands behind your back." And no, you didn't even do anything. They just simply said, they just stopped you to have a conversation. And then because they have the information, because it's linked, right? Because government agencies, of course, are going to be able to get linked into all of this data and different things. Trust me, all of this stuff, they're going to especially make sure to implement this so that people who work in the government, FBI, CIA, police departments, the military, they're going to make sure that they are the main ones that got their hands directly on this so that they can use this against the public. Right. So if you think at this moment in time that how the police are treating, people is insane, or more specifically how, the police are treating black people, let me just let, people who are here listening, because there might be a variety of different ethnicities here. Um, the same things that you see that take place in the African American community, they're going to take place and happen directly in your communities as well. So what you see happen to the women here, to the men here, to the children here, to the elders, what you see happen in the neighborhoods, the exact same thing is going to end up inevitably happening to everybody else. But it's like nobody sees it and nobody's paying attention, just like with the information that I'm telling you. Everything, all of the information, all of the truth is directly in front so that people can actually see what is going to transpire and what is specifically going to happen. But nobody is in a sense caring because it's not specifically happening to them. It is not specifically happening to theirs. So the main thing that I can sit up there and tell people at this moment in time, and this is to everybody, everybody better pay very close attention. If you care about your family, if you care about your neighborhood, if you care about your community, you might want to pay very close attention to what it is that the government is implementing. You might want to pay very close attention to the technology that they are developing. Because again, they're just now telling you about quantum computers when we've already had quantum computers. There was a documentary that again is directly on YouTube where they went directly over to China and they already talked about having and hosting quantum phone calls where if they feel that the phone call is being eavesdropped on or somebody's able to listen to it, they can quickly drop that phone call in a fraction of a second and reconnect it to another line within a fraction of a literally just drop it faster than I can snap my fingers. That's how quick that they can start up another phone call. So it's like we already have a lot of the technology that they're already talking about. In the previous live stream that I did with you guys, I brought to you guys the fact that Porsche was coming up. I'm sorry, not coming up. They were implementing an engine that can run on water and air. If you don't believe me, look it up yourself. They have a engine that Porsche is going to develop for one of their cars that runs on water and air. So again, we have all of the technologies that we actually need in order to live and have a better society. It's just that the powers that be refuse to actually do it. They refuse to actually implement it because they're still running on old ways. They're still getting their money by old ways. And when I mean old ways, I'm talking about when it deals with greed. And again, this is something that is going to inevitably affect everybody. So, all of the stuff that you see happening in Australia, when it was just back 2 or 3 years ago, where Australia was on lockdown, where they were telling people that, hey, if we catch you outside of your house, if we catch you in your backyard, you're going to face a few hundred to $1,000 fines, if not jail time because you're not doing what we tell you to sit up there and do, they're going to implement that same thing in the United States. How you see Australia basically running as a cashless society by 2024, they're going to implement that in the United States. Everything that you see taking place in China, where they basically have 15-minute cities, they're going to implement that in the United States. Again, pay attention to the areas that were already hit. Pay attention to East Palestine, Ohio, and look at the different type of technologies that they're going to try to implement there. Look at the places that the wildfires ravaged up in California continuously, and look at the different things that they're going to try to implement there. Look at Maui in Hawaii and look at how it is that before the quote unquote hurricane hit, before all of this magical wildfire burning hit, that the powers that be were in Hawaii and they had a conversation talking about trying to have AI, trying to, have a computer controlled 15-minute city electric running Hawaii. So, like I said, if you don't necessarily believe a lot of the things that I'm saying, it is completely fine to be skeptical. I have no problems with that. The only thing that I ask of you to do is to do your research on the things that I'm bringing up. That's all I ask. So then we're going to continue. 0038 at operation 410. The body activity sensed by sensor 140 may be codified in symbolic form, such as letters, numerals, symbols, and a string comprising sequences of characters. In one example, the body activity can be codified by extracting one or more values from the sensed body activity, such as minimum and or maximum aptitudes or frequencies of body activity signals, e.g. brain waves. So again, I told you how they clearly explain how a lot of this technology will be able to sense different spectrums. And then you also have them stating that they'll be able to read brain waves along with your body heat, along with the fluid specifically in your body, and different things of that nature. So then we continue down to 0041. And some embodiments of analog has function, where the body activities themselves or hashes can be used. For example, waves or signals sensed by sensors 140, for example, but not limited to alpha, beta, delta, or gamma waves from the EEG sensor may be transformed to a histogram using a transforming algorithm or formula, such as fast Fourier transformer or FFT, or any other algorithm or formula that can convolve, add, or multiply waves or signals to produce a histogram. So again, they're going to have a lot of this data. They're going to have a lot of this information specifically from our bodies that's going to tell them a lot of different things, and they'll be able to use that for whatever reasons. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that everybody found out, what was it, like the early 2000s, that during the Patriot Act and all of those things, that AT&T, the government, and so many other carriers were specifically spying on the American public. They were reading your emails, they were listening to your phone calls, they were listening to your cell phone devices. They were all over the place. And then with that exact same data that they said that, hey, we're doing all of this for national security to make sure that we're all safe, they were also selling this data off to the highest bidder. And then we come into the future where we got Facebook, where they did the exact same thing that the United States government did to the people. So, like I said, the main thing I've always stated to people, and one of the oldest things, is that we will tend to repeat history. If we fail to learn from it. I might have said it a little bit incorrect, but I'm pretty sure you guys get the gist, right? As long as we continue to forget the past, as long as we continue to not really delve into and really teach it to our children, it's going to repeat, and it's going to continuously repeat, and it's going to get to a point to where, when all of us at this moment in time, all of the adults that are clear cut listening to this live stream, it's going to get to the point that when we're all gone, all of the information that we have is gone, right? So all of that fight, that innocence we have, all of that knowledge base, that library, all of that stuff that we have, it's going to be no longer here, and it's going to be just on the kids. What are the kids in a sense learning? What are they looking at? What are they researching at this moment in time in order to be able to fight in the future? Nothing. Nothing at this present time is preparing or giving any of these kids the information that they need in order to foresee a lot of the things that have already transpired that are just on repeat. That's just, maybe a remix or what have you, right? And then they continuously dumb down the books and the education directly in the schools in order to make sure that the kids will further grow up even more ignorant. That they'll make sure that the only time that our kids will receive or retain any type of information is by way of Instagram, by way of a YouTube, by way of a TikTok. They're not going to be out there reading newspapers. They're not going to be out there really having, conversations about, stuff like this. They're not going to be trying to, go to the library, read up on the history, find, some books and try to do some deep dives and connect it. They're not really going to try to do that. All of that is going to disappear pretty much with us, right? Because we were taught when we were in school to have critical thinking. We were taught to actually question. I had teachers that specifically stated it's okay to question me. It's okay to not know. Everybody doesn't know everything. That's the type of teachers that I had. Now you don't have those teachers anymore. Now the teachers are like, well, whatever I sit up there and tell you, it is what it is. Whatever the book says, that's whatever the truth is. And a lot of these books are made by liars. A lot of these teachers are also liars. They're selling some mighty tall tales directly to a lot of these kids, making them more and more ignorant by the day. This is why it is very important for anybody listening, if you are a guardian or anything of that sort, this is why it's very good to have those conversations with your kids. It's very good to make sure that your kids are inquisitive. It's good to make sure that your kids want to sit up there and question. It might get on your nerves, but at least you know that they're not going to just, accept or just take anything for face value. Because the information that we've been getting over time, you see people been taking that for face value. Like I said, the Patriot Act, 9/11, we saw what happened with that. And we saw how, people decided to give over their free will directly to the government, how that was mistreated, how that blind faith got us into a lot of the predicaments that we are currently in at this moment in time, right? The next one is said 0044, referring back to figure 3 at operating 340. Cryptocurrency system 150 verifies if the body activity data of the user 145 generated by user device 130 satisfies one or more conditions set by an algorithm of cryptocurrency system 150. The condition may be set by simulating human body activity across all of body activities that can constitute hashes. Machine learning can't even get my words right. Machine learning algorithms may be used to simulate body activities and set the conditions for valid body activities, for example, but not limited to using generative adversarial networks. So then we further go down to 0046. The target range of valid body activity may be set using statistical data so that normal body activity that can easily happen, or faking body activity cannot be validated. For example, the target range of valid body activity may be selected from a range that human miner cannot fake their own body activity to satisfy the target range to prove and validate the proof of work. So that's dealing with the blockchain and being able to verify if this person did XYZ in order to get said cryptocurrency or monies. So what they're telling you is that they're going to implement ways that you can't cheat the system. On a video game, you can enter cheat codes from, let's say expert gamer, info gamer, Nintendo Power, Sony magazine, whatever it was during that time. You could go to the back of the magazine or maybe the middle magazine, and you can find something for like Metal Gear Solid, Crash Bandicoot, Ape Escape, whatever it was. And you can go to your PlayStation and implement those codes and basically cheat the system, right? Because it's a game at the end of the day. What they're telling you is that even though this is roughly the same thing, they're going to make sure that you can't do anything with your body, right? No matter if you got the implant, especially if you got the implant, or if you're wearing a wearable device where you can specifically fake it. So that means that maybe you have a wearable device and you got to run like 3 to 4 miles or whatever it is. You got to do a long walk. You don't feel like walking. That means that, hey, you can't just attach this to your dog. You can't just attach this to another human being because they are able to specifically read, right, your brain waves. They can read the energy that is being emitted directly from your body, your blood flow, your specific heart rhythm, and different things of that nature. So they'll have things in a category where they know that, yo, it looks like this is a bit off. This ain't you, right? So they can sit up there and say, like, all right, well, the task was completed, but we see that you tried to cheat the system because A, B, C, D, E, F, and G ain't matching up with your normal A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. So it didn't, go through the proof of work. You're not going to be able to get that money for today. That's what they're telling you. That is specifically what they're telling you, right? So we're going to go. Let me see if I scroll down. I got to go through like half the page here because I went through and I made sure to mark specific areas. Let me see. 0096, concept 11. The system of any preceding and slash or succeeding concepts wherein the cryptocurrency system is configured to receive from the device of the user data of the body activity generated before the hash algorithm is applied, and the hash of the body activity rehash the data of the body activity and compare the rehashed data with the hash of the body activity received from the device of the user to verify the body activity data. So that goes right back up with what I already read to you, that they're going to have methods and ways of specifically knowing that what your body is and what your body can do, what your heart rate is, what your brain waves are. They're going to be able to read all of this stuff so that you, again, you cannot directly cheat this system in order to think that, oh, I'm about to cheat this system and sit up there and be getting like 100 racks. Nah. No, no, no. You're not going to be able to do that. Not going to be able to do that. And you know, the funniest thing about the system that they have here, they don't have a consequence anywhere in here specifically speaking on if on a what if on if somebody tried to cheat the system, because again, we're talking about money. This is a money system, and usually when you try to, let's say if anybody wanted to counterfeit money, you're going to prison. You're going to be in federal prison. You're going to be there for a very, very long time. Very long time. Like, you're not going to make it. You're not going to see the light of day for a very long time. So if this system or something similar gets implemented, what are going to be the things that they're going to put by law to, in a sense, try to stop people from trying to game the system? Right? That's my question. Because again, I went through this and I did not see anything on it. Again, they have the patent for it. They directly have the patent for it, but they don't have those type of like what ifs. They have everything else up here, but that's not one of the things, right? Something else I didn't highlight. They had a 0098, right? Concept 13. The method of any preceding and or succeeding concepts wherein the body activity sensed by the sensor comprised at least one of the body's radiation emitted from the user. And they list body fluid flow, a brain wave, pulse rate, or body heat radiation. So again, they're telling you that if you think that you're going to be smarter than them, you think that you're going to try to game this system, they have your body. They have how your body reads. Like I said, no human being out here knows specifically their body's like energy. They can't see those waves. They can't gauge any of that information at all. We don't have tech on us right now. It's like, okay, yeah, I know my magnetic field. Yeah, I know my brain waves when I'm angry, happy, and sad. I know them on rainy days, on sunny days. Nobody has the information. All we have is feelings. We can only just go by what we feel. What they're telling you is that they're able to computerize all of the things that we are not able to actually see. And they'll have that in a file format. So they know, they literally will know you better than you know yourself. Like I said, don't bet against the house. 00100, concept 15. The method of any preceding and or succeeding concepts wherein the verifying if the body activity data satisfies one or more conditions compromises determining if the body activity data represents that the user performs the task provided to the device of the user. Like I said, people got to pay attention to a lot of the stuff that is direct out there. I think I got a few more things they got to scroll all the way back up to a few things in the claims section. They got number 11 in the claims area, just in case you might be following along, you might be reading this as well. It's to the right of the page. It says number 11, the method of claim 10, wherein the body activity sensed by the sensor compromises at least one of the body's radiation emitted from the user. Again, it gives you the body flow, it gives you the brain, it gives you the pulse rate or the body heat. Then number 15, the method of claim 13, further comprising of receiving by the cryptocurrency system from the device of the user data of the body activity generated before the hash algorithm is applied and the hash of the body activity. Rehashing by the cryptocurrency system the data of the body activity and comparing by the cryptocurrency system the rehash data with the hash of the body activity received from the device of the user to verify the body activity data. So they're literally telling you that on this blockchain, they're going to have already generated the information of your body. They're going to already have, basically paid attention to your body enough, collected enough data and information where they'll put that in a database where this is your specific folder, this is your thumbprint, this is your ID, right? And they'll be able to specifically know, like, all right, so this is how you normally are for a whole year. We pretty much got you. This is how you basically work for a year, or maybe for a few months. However, it is that they think that they need to train the AI to be able to specifically know you better than you know yourself. So again, at a moment in time that let's say you might have a significant other, you're like, yo, I don't feel like doing this workout. I don't feel like doing these activities today. So let me give you like the wearable device to do whatever it says do, and you can just do it for me, right? They'll know the change in the blood flow. They'll know the change in the heart rate. They can look directly at the brain activity. They can also look at the body heat and know the difference. So they got 4 to 5 different ways that they can literally say that, yeah, this ain't you and you ain't getting this money. Try again tomorrow. So again, my main reason for doing these types of live streams is to literally inform you guys and to let you guys know of the things that are specifically out there. You're not going to hear mainstream media specifically talking about this because I haven't seen them mention or talk about this at all. Zero. At no point in time. You're not going to really see celebrities mention or talk about any of this as well because again, they're going to be the main ones that are going to be a part of the upper echelon where they don't really have to worry about this, right? Because they have the necessary funds and the money to get over and to just pay for certain things. It's going to be everyday people. It's going to be your kids that will have to worry about this system and how to navigate it and how to deal with a lot of these things. This is again why I went over. It was a movie a while ago. You can happen to look it up. I did a live stream where I went over, I think, like the trailer, or I did like a review on the movie. It was called Songbird, and it was pretty much pandemic based. And what took place was that you had a world that was pretty much at one point in time, it was in chaos. Everything completely cooled down. And you saw on a lot of the freeway boards, they listed how many millions of people didn't make it. And the ones that did, they were living directly, secluded in their homes. They weren't really able to go to and from and different things of that nature. So you had these delivery carriers that were immune, right? That were able to go out here in the streets and deliver. This is how they made, their money and paid their bills and different things of that nature. And I also want to note to people that even during that movie, even though it was a pandemic and everything was, not what it is, how we're able to see it, rent was still due. People still had to sit up there and work jobs. You still had to do a lot of those everyday things. The government wasn't going to sit up there and make things specifically easy for you. And also within that movie, you had people that would specifically come to your home if it was found that you were sick, and they would take you out of your home. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because a video that I think it either got taken down or I opted not to put it up. There were videos in other countries during the time of the pandemic where the government would literally come into their homes and take them out. And you had a lot of people that were like, "Oh, this is a movie that, that stuff is fake. No government would ever do anything like that." And I'm like, "All right, no problem. Like, you believe that, the government is for the people. You believe the government has the best interest of the people. I'm not even going to sit up there and argue with you. You can take the information however it is that you want to sit up there and take it. Just know the fact that at no point in time has the government really been for the people. Has the government really tried to go out on a limb and defend and do what it is that is needed? Again, if we're to take Maui, Hawaii, for an instance, how is it possible that Maui is near a army base, but yet the government response to what was taking place in Maui was slow? How was it that so many people basically perished when there was no need for them to actually perish due to the fact that a military base is directly over there? Like I said, I need people to just sit down sometime, get away from like the weed, get away from the liquor, get away from the whole sexualization of society and all of these other debates. And I need people to actually sit down and actually listen and think about some things. If there's a military base that is specifically there near next to Hawaii, how is it that the response was so slow? How is it possible that people perished when there was no need for them to perish? Like I said, I just need people to question things. Yo, what is up? We got Light directly in the building. She said, "Did you see the new mechanical mosquitoes in Texas and Florida?" Um, I'm not even worried about the mechanicals because you got a lot of drones and you got a lot of fake things directly out here. I'm more looking at the genetically modified mosquitoes that have been released, where they have mosquito farms where they're breeding these mosquitoes to do whatever it is that they're programmed to do. That's what I'm looking at. That's the thing that I feel like people should, you know, really pay attention to, because they'll put certain things out there like the mechanical thing. It's like that's kind of cool. In a sense, it's kind of cool looking at it from a tech aspect, but I'm looking at the other ones. I'm looking at all of these years, all of those genetically modified mosquitoes that they released. It's looking crazy. It is looking completely crazy out here. And then on top of that, not also because I don't want to forget to mention it, Whole Foods is and y'all know I worked at Whole Foods at a point in time. And I told y'all about Whole Foods. Whole Foods is actually facing a lawsuit. Let me go back to that. Let me see that. Um, yeah. Um, i- of August 2023, Whole Food is sued over no antibiotics ever, and that is a claim that they made directly dealing with beef. And this is something that I've heard them state before, and I'm like, for me, I'm like, how can you actually be certain? How do you actually specifically know? Like, are you going to these farms in order to know that these cows, like, are you with these animals 24/7 in order to give this type of information? Let me just, because I don't want people thinking that I'm lying out here. Let me try to put that image directly up there, right? Let me just wait, that's the image. Okay, let me lock that down. All right. So there we go, right there. Right? They made a claim to people that, hey, we don't, have antibiotics or I put the picture in a whole different section. Hold on. Trying to sit up there and multitask. This is what that looks like. Okay, there we go. There we go. I ended up putting it in the audio folder by mistake. But yeah, this is what we're looking at. This is one of the claims that Whole Foods always makes. They were like, hey, our stuff is grass fed. Hey, our stuff is this. Hey, our stuff is that. And you had some people that took some of the meat that they got and they had it tested to see if it had any traces of any antibiotics or anything like that in there. And they found traces. So you are lying to people, telling them that they're eating something that's pretty much 100% natural, and it's not. Because you're putting additives, you're putting different things directly in it. It's the same thing a long time ago where they used to put I think, what was it, like steroids or different things in cows. At a point in time, I forgot what the chemical that they would actually put directly into these cows, but they would fill those cows up with a lot of that stuff. They do the same exact things with chickens as well. They have these devices on these farms where after the chicken is pretty much defeathered and everything of that nature, they will inject the chicken and basically plump the chicken up. Yo, Lamika, what is up? What is up? What is up? Light said the mechanical ones are injecting viruses as of June. Well, it's going to be tough out here. And this also following with what Tonda stated. This goes into the whole other aspect that they said that more pandemics are going to come. And again, you got the government telling you that, hey, we're going to have more pandemics. How would you know that? How would you be able to forecast that? How? Like, what crystal ball do you specifically have in order to tell people like, hey, it's going to be some other things taking place? Um, that's why during one of the other previous live streams, I brought you guys the information dealing with quote unquote disease X. That's what they called it, right? And in that video, they specifically stated that, yeah, there's going to be another pandemic, there's going to be another this, another that, but we don't know when it's going to happen, where it's going to come from, what's going to transmit it, but we're just going to call it disease X. And they also, this is why I tell y'all to pay attention sometimes, because we do know that the media lies, but amongst those lies, they will put some truth directly there. In that video that I showcased to you, they said that they don't know anything about the virus. They don't know where it's going to come from. They don't know how it's going to take place. They don't know how it's going to transmit it, but they said that they were already working on vaccines. How do you work on vaccines for something that you don't even know if it exists? How are you already? Matter of fact, let me see. Let me see if I could do that real quick, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm just telling y'all stuff and y'all gotta just take my word for. I'm gonna try to find this video real quick. Let me see if I can find this, because I got a couple of the videos up here as well. I'm probably just gonna put those up on the other channel though. Let's see, syphilis cases increased. Okay, that was from the previous. Okay, that's when I was going over the STDs for you guys there. Let me see. And it was listed by I almost want to say that was like British Broadcasting. Technically, I want to say. Might have to refresh this just so that I can make sure I can find it. Because it should not have gotten erased. I can tell you that. That wouldn't make any sense. Because I would not be the one to erase it. I would not. Hmm. It's kind of interesting that I don't see it. Wait, hold on. Let me see if this is it. Please forgive me for a little bit of time here. I'm just having a slight issue trying to actually find this. It's a little bit weird that it is not. Huh. It's a little bit weird. Let me see this. Because normally when I have the videos, they should show up in one area. Hmm. Let me see. It's not that. Oh, this is very interesting. How I do not see this video here. Did he get deleted? No, it couldn't have. I see all of these old videos. Where? Okay, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I'm just gonna put up a screen for it real quick. Make that black. Let me see. Can I share it this way? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me see which one. It's gonna look a little bit bootleg there.
In some of the most secure labs in the country, scientists are already preparing for the next pandemic. It's just called Disease X for now, because nobody knows for sure which virus will cause it. But at its Porton Down complex, the UK Health Security Agency is scanning the horizon for threats and starting work on vaccines just in case.
So let me know if y'all are able to hear that real quick. Just give me a one in chat if y'all are able to hear it, because I just want to make sure, because I don't want to happen to do like a replay and you guys aren't specifically able to hear it. Okay. So again, I wanted to play that. Like whenever I happen to run through information and I happen to capture videos and whatnot, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking specifically about. They just literally told you it's disease X. They know that it's out there. They don't know when or where it's going to happen or how it's going to transpire, but we're already working on vaccines. Let me just play that one more time. Just one more time.
In some of the most secure labs in the country, scientists are already preparing for the next pandemic. It's just called Disease X for now, because nobody knows for sure which virus will cause it. But at its Porton Down complex, the UK Health Security Agency is scanning the horizon for threats and starting work on vaccines just in case.
So again, how is it that governments can start work on vaccines on stuff that don't even exist? They literally told you. Like it's not even here. We theorize. We think, we feel that it's out there. And because we feel that, we're going to automatically start working on vaccines on something that don't even exist. But we theorize and we feel that it's there. Huh? Huh? Oh man, this is why I sit up there and tell people. This is why I tell people you got to question a lot of things. Let me just type this in. How long does it take to create a vaccine? Let me just type. Let me just type that. Let me just type that. Now, this is let me just let me just read this to you, right? Um, let me see. Let me go to the normal part. Let me see. Where did it go? Because they just had it up there. They were like under normal circumstances, right? Worldwide collaboration, right? They said, and this is from Medical News Today. They said that under normal circumstances, making a vaccine can take up to 10 to 15 years. This is because of the complexity of the vaccine development. Just let that sink in for a minute. People just let that sit, let it simmer for a minute. Maybe think about some things, maybe reflect, because they literally told you, and this is on Medical News Today. This is where I'm getting information from. Again, matter of fact, hold on, because I don't want people to. Can I share another screen? Let me see if I can share another screen here. Let me just do that. Let me just put that up there, right? So as you can clearly see in the upper corner, it says Medical News Today, right? Health conditions, products, discover, all of that great stuff, right? Underneath all of this stuff, right? Where they talked about creating vaccines, right? So they said under normal circumstances, making a vaccine can take up to 10 to 15 years. This is because of the complexity of the vaccine. So let's let that information just sit there for a minute. Let me take that down, and then let me go right back to the previous screen, and let me just replay that one more time. One more time. I know it's going to be a bit redundant, but I'm just playing it for the people in the back that feel that everything is a conspiracy theory.
In some of the most secure labs in the country, scientists are already preparing for the next pandemic. It's just called Disease X for now because nobody knows for sure which virus will cause it. But at its Porton-Down complex, the UK Health Security Agency is scanning the horizon for threats and starting work on vaccines just in case.
All right. So 10 to 15 years, but they're already starting on vaccines right now. Right now. And magically, when that pandemic arrived, oh, I'm not trying to go down the rabbit hole today. I'm not trying to do it. Um, like I said, the main thing that I'm trying to do is just inform you guys, right? Because this is something that that I was going to say infects. This is something that affects everybody. Everybody. And I'm talking about classes. I ain't talking about ethnicity wise. I'm talking about this is classes. I'm talking about rich versus poor. We don't really have a middle class at this moment in time. It's going to come to a point in time where the middle class is completely gone and it's going to be poor and it's going to be rich. That's what it's going to be. The whole ethnicity thing is not really is going to be the smallest thing on the plate. It's going to be technically big by how it gets pushed, but it's going to be realistically the smallest thing directly on the plate. The real thing is dealing with class. We're dealing with class warfare. We're dealing with this on an economic scale where you got the haves and the have-nots. We are the have-nots. This is something again that is going to get implemented on us. Uh-oh, I'm starting to see a broadcasting issue there. I'm not sure if you guys might be able to hear me because it's looking a little bit funny over here connection wise, which is quite interesting. And I need them to fix that connection up. I ain't even saying nothing wrong. I'm not even saying nothing wrong today. I need them to sit up there and fix that connection real quick. Just saying, you know. But yeah, like I said, this is what I'm trying to tell people. Um, oh, Black Lightning said, I finally received my Black Girl Magic hoodie. Hey, that's dope. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Hey, I got quite a few hoodies. I wasn't even trying to like get off topic, but I got quite a few of those. I think what I got the should be the Unity. I got the Black Men United. I got the one which is it like F the System, F Supremacy. Um and I got the shirt. Did I put that one out? It was like it was another one where it basically says that like black women are, these things like, art, light, and different stuff like that. I got quite a few. I got like 4 to 5. I want to say, I think I gotta add more, to my collection. Like, I'll sit up there and like make them, and then I gotta catch up, and start going through and and buying up stuff. Um, but yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. Lamiko said viruses don't see color. That's bars. That's bars. That is that is straight bars. Like I said, now the other thing that I want to bring up, this is something that I wanted to touch on before. I'm not sure if anybody saw the last 007 film. And the reason that I'm bringing that up is because they touched on something very specific that I don't think a lot of people, um, actually caught on to and specifically, paid attention. And in 007, they had this one virus. It was a dormant virus, like basically, a multitude of people, all over the world or whatever, basically had it, right? But it was dormant. And the only way it can be activated only one way. And the virus can specifically be programmed to go after people. If you wanted to target, let's say, like an ethnicity of a person, you could specifically do that with that virus. And this is from the 007 film, right? That's why 007 had to go after this one group because they had like this whole huge farm where um, they were producing this virus, and because it was so dangerous, they were going to use it. It was supposed to be used for government means in order to go after certain targets that they might not be able to reach normally, right? You can happen to drop the thing. It can be in like the form of a mist or some smoke or just in thin air, and it's directly in the bloodstream. And as soon as they basically hit the button or whatever it is, it would activate and it would take the people out. And they showed you that in the film, but they specifically later on, uh past the what was it, past the 1 hour and 30 minute mark, somewhere in there, where they went back to like their friends, where they went back to Q's place. They specifically went to the computer and he was explaining how the virus, how it can be programmed and how it can work and how dangerous it is. So this is why, again, that I'm trying to relay and give this information to a lot of you guys. So that you might be able to give it, share it with, your family or whoever. Again, some of you guys are, smarter than me. You guys may, know of, other types of things or, things of that sort. Um, so, this is just me trying to give out and share some of that information along with giving some of that proof directly out there, um so that you guys will know. And again, the website that I showcased to you guys earlier, let me sit up there and give you guys a screenshot of that as well. Let me stop that right there and just go back, and let me see. Wait, is that the one? Yeah. Um, yes, let me go to that one. So when you want to go to the website, this is what you should see. This is what the site, the page should look like. You should see Google Patents directly up there. It should say cryptocurrency system using body activity data. You got the number WO2020060606. All I'm gonna say is if you take away those zeros, you technically got 666 directly up there. Like I said, I put this information up there for a reason so that people who understand, and they can they can happen to see. You know, like I said, I ain't gonna try to press nothing upon people that they don't want nothing pressed directly upon them. I let people learn at their own pace, and and understand certain things when they're prepared and ready to understand certain things. And you'll see all the information directly up here. I got some of the stuff, of course, highlighted, of which I was reading directly to you guys. Some of the stuff from 005 all the way down 0022, 23, 26, scrolling down 38, 41, 44, 46, 54. Keep going down, keep going down. Gotta keep going down. 96, 100, and I think that was it. But again, there's other information directly in there. I just highlighted the stuff that I wanted to deliver, that I felt is that the main most important things there, because again you can see it even here. uh it'll be well, it's in gray. Let me see if I can highlight that. uh I'll just put it in red, right? 00110 concept 25, the system of any preceding or succeeding concepts wherein the body activity sensed by the sensor comprises at least one of the body radiation emitted from the user, body fluid flow, brainwave, pulse rate, or body heat radiation. So again, the numbers are directly listed here, right? So you can, completely, read that and peruse that directly if you want to do that at any moment in time. And then, you also have the website, which is directly up here. Again, this is, what it looks like. Share it, share it on, social media, share it, amongst your friends and your family. Let people know. Um, what it is that they are trying to do. So you can even look at the worldwide applications, right? They got one 2018 and then the other one 2019, right? And we know what happened towards the tail end of 2019. I want to say that should have been roughly like close to November, December of 2019. That's when everything really started. It didn't reach the United States yet, but that's when stuff, really started jumping off. It didn't really started jumping off for us up until late January, February. And then that flip flopped from just it being about a specific group, basically transmitting it, to roughly in March, it becoming a black thing. Right. So again, this is, I want people to sit up there and pay attention to how it is that the media and other individuals over time, they will try to market things, they'll try to push things directly to you, they'll try to instill and put fear directly into you. People need to understand that when fear interacts directly with that body, when that sense of that emotion interacts, it starts to erode away directly at your normal defensive systems, meaning health wise. Meaning that if you have a type of fear, if your body is really stressed, you're not going to be able to really combat or fight off any types of things, meaning that you're going to be more susceptible. And then on top of that, if they add more stressors, meaning that things are going on in the economy and things are getting worse and all this other type of stuff, that's going to further compound directly on the issue, right? So again, everything, no matter how small it is, everything plays a part, and everything is set up and put directly out there to be seen for a specific reason. Everything again is about advertisement. Everything is about delivery. Everything is, on the road of psychology, right? Because, along with the other warfares that are going on out here, you also have a psychological warfare that is taking place at this moment in time. And that is why it is imperative for people out there to, stay strong, to practice and work on their mental fortitude, to, do your best on research and eat the right things, um, so that your body and also your mind are not compromised. Because again, like I said before, this is something that will affect everybody. So just because it might not be affecting your specific group or happening to your specific group at this moment in time, trust and believe everybody gets a turn on the wheel. And sometimes it might happen quicker than you expected. So, I just hope that people pay attention. Fanny G said, and people are still bigging up cryptocurrency. Well, I'll put it to you like this. Everything is it's a blessing and a curse. There's good and bad in every single thing. And the main thing that I've told people the good, the bad, and the ugly about cryptocurrency. And I've told people to do as much research as possible. And I've told people to make sure to be as informed as possible when it deals with cryptocurrency, the blockchain, and different things of that nature. And the main reasons why I said that is so that people aren't caught off guard or thrown off, and so that people can have the information necessary so that if push comes to shove, it's like, hey, you might know something about the blockchain. Hey, you might know something about cryptocurrency. That information alone is invaluable because a lot of people aren't going to care or want to know or learn about the information. So that will put you at the forefront of being able to get maybe picked up by a company where the information that you have might be invaluable to that company, and they're going to take you directly on the spot because you've learned or have a certain skill set that other applicants might not specifically have. Like I said, we're in a sense moving away from the area of colleges and we're moving into the area of people picking up and learning different skills on their own. That means that they don't have a teacher, that they didn't pay. This means that they were not ushered into the college because their daddy built a wing of the college or whatever it is, that they're not legacies and all of this other type of stuff. Like I said, when it comes to college and stuff and when it comes to like real world jobs, it's who you know. It's not how much you know, it's who you know, right? And at this moment in time, it would behoove a lot of people out here to, not be so afraid. You can be wary of it, of course, no problem. You can want to question it, of course, no problem. But I would say don't fear cryptocurrency and learn as much as you can about cryptocurrency, the blockchain, hash rates, algorithms, learn about all of that stuff. It's better to be uh to have all of this, information, right? Because you'll be armed up. You'll know specifically what to do whenever they start speaking about hash rates or SHA or Ethereum or what was one of the main privacy coins that we had, started with an M. Mezzo. I forgot what it was. But whenever it is that they start abbreviating or speaking in a certain type of way, you'll automatically pick up and you'll be able to know what it is that they're talking about because that's how they move with information normally. They will speak in such a way that only certain people that are in the know that actually know about it can actually understand and perceive what it is that they're doing, what it is that they're talking about, and how it is that stuff is moving. And the other thing, Monero, thank you. Abraham Dane, thank you. Much love and appreciation. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, yo, it starts with an M. I'm like, oh my God, I can't remember it. And this is why I told people before, because again, this whole thing that's directly up here. Let me flash back to the main image here. Got to go back to the matrix, right? This is the main image directly up there, right? All of this has to do with the blockchain. All of this has to do with cryptocurrency. All of this will have to inevitably do with AI, right? So again, I'm trying to tell people it's okay to question. Um, it's okay to be uneasy, but don't be in the lane of fearing something so much that you don't want to hear, you don't want to talk, you don't want to know nothing about it. Because within that, it's going to breed ignorance and it's going to make you ignorant of a situation that you need to know the utmost about. You need to know it. Because if you're ignorant of the situation, that means that your kids are even further behind than what you are. So then when anything basically takes place and happens, they can't come to you about it because you don't know nothing. So then who are they going to basically go to in order to learn this information? That then leaves the door open for what? The school system again? Who are already mismanaging the kids and not teaching the right things. And then it also opens the door for what? The government to specifically teach kids about this? Nah. You're better off as a parent, as a guardian, learning about this information and teaching it specifically to your kids because you know how it is that you want them, to learn this. You know how it is that you want them to understand it. You want them to be able to perceive and understand, you know, 10 to 20 to 25 to 50 years ahead of time. You want them to be able to see those steps. This is why, I would do videos about cryptocurrency every now and again. And, those videos would only, I would tell y'all like, hey, I'm going to do this video. It's probably going to get a few hundred views. It's going to be a low viewed video. And I understood that because some people want to know and understand stuff and other people don't. And that's completely cool. I'm not even mad at it. Like I said, the information, if it is up there still, then the information is up there for people to look at if they want to. If it's not, then you just so happen to have missed out, directly either on those live streams or those videos. Um, but like I said, that's what it is. People got to start flipping a switch. People got to start really looking around and paying attention to everything that's going on. Everything out here that is being delivered specifically to us when it comes to the news, it's meant to instill a type of stress. It's meant to instill a type of fear. And it's not even, even parting, getting away from this whole thing that I read off from you guys, even when it deals with, uh, the sexes, men versus women. Again, more distractions in order to keep up this certain type of game so that you don't pay attention to what it is that the people who got money are actually trying to implement and what it is that they're specifically trying to do. And the main people, and this I highlighted this, I'm not sure if the video is even still up here, but I think I might have the video on my IG. Um, you had the government specifically state during the pandemic that in order to implement these medical procedures, we're going to make sure to enlist the pastors. We're going to be going to the barbershops. We're going to be going door to door. We're going to go, directly to the celebrities. We're going to go to the people that you love, like, and believe in and have blind faith in order to get through to you so you can do the things that we want you to do. Tanya T said, I was just watching the Minister of Wellness. He was just talking about this on Fly Nubian Queen. He said he went on Drink Champs, but he was limited for telling the truth. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, when um when it is that you want to talk about specific things, you will be limited to a certain degree. And that's due to the effect of the money aspect. Like when you think about Drink Champs, like it's a great entertaining show. It's nice to the entertainers got a platform for themselves where they can come directly on there and they can just talk and they can just drink and reminisce and and things that, like I said, that's great, that's cool, that's good for them, right? The rich being with the rich, reliving rich, type of things. It's cool. That's great, right? We get to peer directly into that. We get to sort of be a part of that and of those memories that they're sharing between each other. But again, when you look at a lot of this entertainment, like when you look at Drink Champs, when you look at the Breakfast Club, how many times over the course of the years that they've been running? Well, Drink Champs ain't really been up that long. Uh, but for a lot of these shows that are dealing with these entertainers, like the rappers, the celebrities, um, how many of them have really gone out on a limb to get the truth specifically out there? Because the celebrities, they know a lot of things. They know what's going on behind the scenes because they're some of the first ones to actually get the warning. They're some of the ones who actually get told, like, hey, this is about to go down. You might want to da 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 da. Right? So when you got the minister of wellness, and the brother, he talks about health and everything like that. He talks about a lot of great stuff. A lot of great stuff, a lot of intriguing stuff, a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of educational stuff. Um, when he talks about certain things, um, even on his own platform on YouTube, he's had some videos deleted. He's had to redact certain information. He's had to deal with being demonetized. He's had to deal with being shadow banned and not being able to put up videos for a week or two. And he's also specifically given examples and shown us a lot of things that we should do, where it is that we should put money, how it is health wise that we should be eating, and different things of that nature. And it got to the point where you could tell that he was getting a little bit frustrated because you would see people in the comment section, saying certain things. So he would respond and he would tell people, who was like, hey, I already got mine. He was like, my family and everything like that, everybody's good. It's like we already got money to the side, so if anything fall apart, if anything is happening, we gone. Like he would tell people, like, hey, we gone. It's like you gonna be the ones that's gonna have to figure some stuff out, and he's right. No matter how it is that he puts it, um, that's the truth, and it's like people have a hard time with dealing with the truth, and it's due to the fact of people having to fight what it is that they have been conditioned and brainwashed into believing. Like you have one person trying to tell you the correct thing, or even if you feel like the minister of wellness might not be telling you the correct thing, you can still research everything that he's stating. He tells you, it's like, cool, if you got questions, like, you can ask questions, you can be inquisitive, and you can research this. And like I say, he'll even let you know where you can research and go here and find certain things. But even if you got a person doing that, you'll have everybody else that are like, man, I don't really believe that. Let me sit up there and check ABC. Let me check NBC. Let me check Fox. Let me check some of these news blogs. Let me see what mainstream is saying about what it is that he's saying. Because if it ain't matching up, then obviously he ain't what he's supposed to be. He ain't no doctor. He ain't this. He ain't that. Right? And that's what a lot of people will sit up there and say. And due to the fact that we have a lot of people that are stuck on that Western way of thinking, like we're stuck on Western medicine, you're not going to have a lot of people wanting to go out on a limb and try the herbal route, right? Because it was stated, this is something that my grandmother told me, and she stated that everything that we need in order to cure things is on this planet. I'm not sure if she got that from like John Edgar Casey or who, but I will never forget when she told me that. She was like, everything that human beings need in order to cure what ails them is directly on this planet. And the reason that we can't find a lot of these things is due to the fact that the powers that be, they'll sit up there and hide a lot of this stuff. They'll make it pretty much close to impossible for you to get it, or they'll destroy it. Like I said, we got a lot of wildfires basically going on. We have acres of trees and whatnot being destroyed in South America. How many plants and different things that are actually down there that could actually cure different things around the world? Like I said, you got to pay attention to how it is that they're specifically destroying certain things, right? they're talking about climate change and everything like that, but we're not talking about how it is that we've necessarily affected the earth. All the wildfires, think about how that's affecting the water. All of the stuff from the plants, all of that's going into the air. In some areas in this country, you might have some acidic type of rain because of what the factories are pushing directly out into the atmosphere. And not even just that, you have people that live in towns and cities around these factories where all of that toxicity is raining back down on the people, making them sick and also giving them cancer and other types of ailments. So, like I said before, things are placed and put in a specific way in order to have a certain cause and effect. And we are the ones that are being tested on continuously. Like I said, this is everybody. So again, if you think that these things don't affect you, you think that it's not going to sit up there and happen, oh, trust me, best believe it is. Your turn is going to end up coming quicker than everybody else's. So, like I said, it would behoove people to pay attention and watch a lot of documentaries on how it is that the United States has done certain things to the people, how they have done biological tests on the people, how it is that they have firebombed people, how it is that they have taken out blocks of people because they wanted to. Just like in, Vietnam, Agent Orange was pretty much tested on the men that were there. Other biological agents were also tested on men there. They have certain hormonal weapons that they can release that will affect people on a genetic level. Like I said, a lot of the stuff you can look up. You don't have to just solely take my word from it because I'm a talking face or a talking head directly on this platform. You can freely look up all of this stuff. Everybody has a computer in their hands. Some people are on it right now. It's called a cell phone. Just Google it. Just look these things up. If you don't believe whatever pages are up there, keep digging. Go all the way to page 50. Go all the way to page 100. If you think that you have the tolerance to make it that far, to dive and dig in that deep in order to find the truth that is truth to you. So, again, people gotta be aware of a lot of things. And again, I'm just gonna say my condolences to the people in Maui. Because I did a few videos on Maui before. I mean, on Hawaii in general, on how it is that certain things transpired in Hawaii, which should not necessarily have transpired. And that was by way of the United States, basically taking their islands. And then later in the 90s or whatnot, basically apologizing and stating that they were wrong and all this other type of stuff. But by that time, it was too late. And if you look up Maui and you look up the areas that are on fire, you'll find out that that real estate that is there is very important. That real estate there is worth more than likely billions of dollars. And there's a lot of people trying to get their hands on that real estate. And they've been trying to get their hands on that real estate for a very long time. And some of those entities, you got BlackRock and you got Vanguard. If you don't know who BlackRock or Vanguard is, you might want to do some research and you might want to follow the money. And you'll find out real quick, fast, in a hurry who they are, what they're into, how much they're worth, what it is that they're on. Like I said, you'll follow the money. Like I said, these are things that you're not going to, see the media directly talk about or mention because they're owned, they're controlled. They're specifically told what it is that you say and do. And if you are a journalist that is working for mainstream media and you're an honest journalist, your job is not going to last that long because they will make sure that if you're not going to follow what they say, you got two ways. You can either freely leave or they're going to get rid of you one way or another. So real journalism is, in a sense, actually dead and has been dead for quite a long time. And legally, it's been dead for a long time. And we're basically facing a time where uh, propaganda runs supreme, where anything can just be put directly out there and they'll just slap news directly on it. They'll slap truth directly on it. They'll slap fact checked directly on it. And they're like, well, you gotta just sit up there and believe us because we're the ones that control the information. Tanya said, and we're earthly people, melanated spirits in the trees and the plants, wateries, uh, gravity two, create living things and plants. I was late, but did you hear about the young boy who was 17 that just collapsed and died at basketball practice? Um, I will say my condolences to that family. Um, I I have questions and I have some thoughts um directly on that. I have a feeling on what it is. I've specifically done videos showcasing certain things. I've showcased people in the media collapsing. Like if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can go on Twitter or you might be able to find some videos on YouTube. Just type in um maybe like newscasters or people collapsing, right? And you will see videos of people collapsing, of randomly people having like these seizures, and it's roughly the same, like everybody's having like the exact same thing happen. And this is why I told people before that people got to be very careful and people have to question a lot of things. People have to be very careful on, things that they just so happen to believe. Um like I said, he's not the first young man that I've seen collapse. LeBron James' son collapsed. You had some young men who are in their 20s. These are dudes that are, they're in their prime. They sitting up there, they working out, running miles. They sitting up there eating right, and they're collapsing on the field, both basketball and football. You know, and I have a sense on specifically what it is because I've covered it before, but we ended up having some problems and some complications, when you put out certain stuff on the channel, you know, and especially YouTube and all of these other media sites during the time, they didn't want you speaking on or saying certain things because if you said anything opposite of what they were saying or putting out, your information was false, right? Because they had all the experts, they had all the doctors, they had all the nurses, they had, everybody given this one clear cut set of directions and information. So, you know, um, it's gonna be tough. Hopefully, he will be, okay. Hopefully things will work out. Hopefully, it's not nothing too bad, and he can continue, playing. You know, and it's something fishy, and we all know what's dancing behind the root what they sell. Yeah, yeah, a lot of that stuff, karma and universal karma, a lot of that stuff, it takes time. Um, and the other thing with that is that they will, in a sense, put themselves in a position to do a lot of the dirty work so that their families can live and sleep like babies. They can, make it scot free without having to deal with anything, any negative repercussions. And I don't think people actually understand that's not how it works. Just because you do it doesn't mean that the energy is not going to sit up there and follow through and catch up. It will. It will, no matter how far you run, no matter how much money that you're basically making or how much money that you have. All of the deeds that you do at this moment in time, they're cumulative and they will add up. And after you're gone, all of that energy will fall directly on your children that are still here, you know. So they'll learn, they'll figure it out, and that'll take place, when it's too late. Oh, you said he passed away. Oh man. Wow. Wow. That's tough. That is tough. Black Lightning said, I recently came from two funerals in NYC. Yeah, much love and appreciation and shout out to anybody that's in or from New York. It's New York is going to be something, and the only reason I say that is due to the effect of that. If we look at all of the movies that have really came out that were quote unquote these serious type of films and stuff, everything takes place in New York and California, and these are some of the main places that implement some of these laws or rules or regulations the fastest. Um, and like some people said it during the pandemic, they were like, "Yo, this is the city that never sleeps, and it's weird to be outside and ain't nobody out. You can't find nobody, you know." And I'm like, "Yeah, that is crazy." But it also shows when the government wants something done, they'll make sure to get that done. No, if ands or buts, they will make sure to, get those things done. Yo, what is up, Lotus? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Disaster movies. Yeah. Yep. So one of the things that I showcased in a previous video to you guys was a video that I have found online, and it was a guy in New York, and he was showcased. It was like during the pandemic, and he was showcasing like all of these, you know, uh, sandbars. It's not, like sandbars. I just can't think of the name. Sand barriers that they erected in certain areas, and then they showcased in one of the subways that you had this giant safe door that was meant to like keep whatever in, so that nothing could get out. Like it was a giant. It was like, I kid you not, it was like a door that you would see on a safe. I'm talking about, you can ram a car if you want to. That door is not budging. That door is not moving. You're not going to use a blowtorch to cut through that door. Like you would have to use some military grade stuff to get through that door that they have directly down there. And the main question that I have for people in New York is like, what is that? What is that door for? What are they specifically trying to tell people? Because again, I never in my lifetime have I ever seen a city erect a door like that on a public area. Like for me, that gave me a lot. Like I had a lot of questions, and I promise you, I'm still to this day not going to really get any answers to why it is that that door was there. Like I said, that was completely crazy. Hey, Pink, what is happening? What is happening? Pink said, I'm in New York and I'm already seeing the changes in the neighborhood I'm in. Yeah, yeah, that gentrification is something. It is something. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I've seen it in Detroit. It is something. It is something. Like I say, you start seeing Starbucks, tea shops, bike lanes, and a lot of things, taking place. That inevitably means that the normal residents that were naturally there for 60, 80, or whatever amount of years, they got plans to get them directly up out of there and have them either move to a different state or move directly to the suburbs, while the people that were originally in the suburbs are moving directly to the city. Like I said, that's what we're looking at, um, at this moment in time. Um, Black Lion said, I grew up in New York and there wasn't much rats when I was little, but now it's like they don't fear coming out. Yeah, those rats are something else. This is why I'm a big fan of cats and mongooses and different things of that nature because they don't fear rats. They're going to be sitting up there fighting. Like it's going to be a problem. Now the cats in New York, I don't know what's happening there because I feel like New York should be like a cat capital because if you got like a nice cat there that ain't afraid of nothing, like yo, them rats ain't showing up because they're gonna send out a signal to everybody else is like, yeah, we gotta skip this apartment or we gotta skip this bodega. They got something in there. I saw John, Steve, and Terry. Yeah, they ain't make it. We can't be doing that. We gotta go somewhere. We gotta go up the block. you know, and that's why I understand now why whenever I saw a lot of movies and it dealt with New York, the bodegas will have cats. It's like I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. If I see a little bit of cat fur, I ain't mad. It's better than sitting up there seeing Ratatouille go through my food. So it is what it is. Like I said, chop and also shout out to New York. Chopped cheese is pretty good. If nobody has ever been to like New York, um, you got to go to a bodega and get like a chopped cheese. They got different areas in New York that can make chopped cheese. So you would have to pick and choose. But just in general, chopped cheese is good. It's good. If you ain't never had it, you gotta go to New York and have that. I would also technically recommend Gray's papaya, even though I know that some New Yorkers ain't really in agreement with Gray's papaya, but I'm like, hey, Gray's treated me right. It tasted good. Pizza's also good too. You know, like I said, they got New York got some good eats. Let me tell you. Pink said, funny enough, it's not the gentrification, but a lot of Asians are coming into my neighborhood and buying up the properties. Yeah, yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah, 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 yep, yes, indeed. Like I said, you gonna they got a couple of Asian areas in New York, but it's like I said, a lot of things are going to start to expand. Like a lot of areas that might have been, you know, black, it is gonna be everybody else and then a percentage of black. Um, like I said, New York is it's a cool place and things like that. It's cool to visit, not cool to live. Because the prices that are up there for like a shoebox. One girl that and it was a Caucasian girl. She was on this short that I was watching, and she showed off her apartment because the guy he does like these videos where he's like, "Hey, where do you live and how much do you pay, for your apartment?" He was like, "Can we see, the apartment, right?" And she says she pays basically 4 grand for her apartment. I'm like, "Oh, oh, my wallet in the future felt that." I'm like, "Nah, son." I'm like, "Yo, you are getting robbed." You are getting beyond robbed. And I'm like, you're allowing this to happen because you just got like a nice view and it's something to like, just bring up in a conversation. I'm like, it ain't worth that. I'm like, all of that money that you sitting up there spending like per month, you could have been putting that on a house. Like for a house, like what is it like 1,200? Like 1,200 a month for like the mortgage or whatever? 1,200, maybe 1,300. So then you got some thousands left back that you can, do some stuff with. Maybe you can do something with a car. Maybe you might be able to do some work on a house or different things of that nature. Like I said, paying all that money is not worth it. Like I said, New York is a nice place. It has very beautiful sights. It has great food, right? Energy is cool and whatnot, but to live there, nah, son. Mm-mm, mm-mm. The main thing my mom would sit up there and say is that she don't know how um, you know, black people live in New York because of like the prices. And I'm like, I understand it because the prices are very, very high because they don't want black people there. They want a certain caliber of people there. Like I said, whenever they start raising the prices and doing, different things in your city or your town or your state that was never happening before, that means that a change is coming. It means a change is coming. Piece I used to work in, what was it, Manhattan, near the water, and we call it rats cats. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I said, not Ratatouille. Yeah, Ratatouille. Ratatouille is real. And when New Yorkers sit up there and tell you that they got rats as big as cats, they not lying. Because some of those rats, they be taking full-fledged like baths. They be taking showers. They will walk to the store and walk out with groceries. Like those rats are not a game. Those rats are people. Lotus said, "Vegan chopped cheese is better." You know what? Vegan is not bad. It's not bad. Um, for me, I just gotta find a balance that works. Like I said, I have nothing. There's nothing wrong with greenery and vegetation. Nothing wrong with it at all. Um, but for me, because I want a certain weight and I want to keep that certain weight. Um, I gotta sit up there and I need my fish or my meat. That's the stuff. Oh, matter of fact, Lotus, I'm glad you brought that up. Oh, I got that video's downstairs on another computer. Let me tell y'all something. So Lotus had brought up vegan, right? There was a video that I watched. There was a man. I'm not sure if he was a scientist, a programmer, or engineer, or what he was, but he was a part of this talk, and he was sitting up there stating that they're going to try to implement a way to genetically modify people so that they can't tolerate certain types of meat, right? Because they keep stating that, oh, the meat is, it's low and it's no way we'll be able to keep this up and yada 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 and all this other type of stuff. Mind you, these are the same exact people who came up with 3D printed meat. They're the same ones that come up with cloning meat, right? The guy basically said that they could implement a type of thing where they could give it to a person and they could in a sense have them, like, if anybody in the room is like lactose intolerant, right? You know what that feels like, you know what it does to the body. They were basically stating that they were working on or trying to implement something like that so that the greater majority of the public will basically get off of meat, right? So for me, I don't have a problem with people picking and choosing if they want to be a pescatarian, a vegan, straight meat eater, whatever it is, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. I have a problem when you have other people that have the power to potentially dictate what it is that you can do and cannot do with your own body. And again, this is why, I try to tell people that you got to be very careful and you got to pay very close attention. Like I said, whenever they do TED Talks, I've come up here and I've showed y'all some TED Talks before. I think one of the videos that I had up here, I think YouTube might have taken that down. But there was a woman that was doing the TED Talk, and she was advocating for a certain group and saying that certain things were okay and that people shouldn't sit up there and judge and all. And I was like, "Ooh, this is that Pandora's box. This is Pandora's box." I'm like, this is people." Whew. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. Like I said, I need people to really pay attention. Like, even if you're not interested in a lot of this stuff, you need to get interested because they're trying to implement, they're trying to force feed, they're trying to change. They're like they're trying to do a lot of stuff, right? Hey, we got Miss Williams in here. Yo, what is up? What is up? Yo, I like when I tell you I'm used to like the original picture that you had, the brand new picture like threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I know that face. I'm like, hold on. You said You seem to be lean and you can't weigh yourself down with butter, sugar, and starches. I mean, that's true. That's true. For the longest time, like I kid you not, like when I sit up there and tell y'all this, like it won't make sense, but I guess it technically should. Um, for the longest time in my life, I've been about what I say? About I put it at like 135, 140, right? That was pretty much the normal weight, right? I would fluctuate in between like, that weight. Now if I was sick, I might, maybe go down to like, 132 or something like that. But that also has to do with me, being active, playing basketball with my friends, going out walking and stuff like that. It took when I mean it took several years to get up to 160, 162. It took several years. Like it literally took several years in order for me to actually just like get to the weight that I'm at now. And it's like even though I'm at this weight, I'm still technically it's like it's rolling back down and I'm like, "Oh my goodness." And I know why it's rolling back down. That's because I'm not eating the exact same things that I normally eat. At this moment in time, I've been mainly eating salmon and rice, and I've been eating rice, beans, and cornbread. Right. So the normal intake that I have when it deals with like the calories and all the other type of stuff, I'm not really getting that. Let's say like the fast food, like pizzas. Y'all know I like to order out and stuff. So that type of stuff, because I'm not putting all of that stuff in my body anymore, the weight is starting to fluctuate, like down and stuff. So yeah, that's currently where we are, at this moment in time. You said, and the main ingredient is honestly is walking, jog. Oh wait. Um, wait, I gotta go back up there. You said honestly it's walking, jogging, and minor fit lifting while going up and down the stairs, and stretching is a must. The funny thing is, um, when I used to play basketball when I was younger, I never stretched. Like we would just go outside and just like play back. Like I never stretched. Like even past that point when I wasn't even like active like that, I still didn't stretch. Like I never had to worry about hyperextensions or anything, um, like that. I would just take that as blessed, because I've seen some other people where they've had like some shin tears and different things of that nature, and it's like, ooh, ooh, it's all bad. Let me try to catch up to some of you guys. Tanya said, "You see the movie they clone Tyrone?" Oh yeah. I love. Yo, that was a dope movie. That was a dope movie. It was multifaceted in the information that in a sense that it was giving. Um, and the funny thing is, even if people don't want to talk about the aspect of like cloning because people are like, yeah, we don't got the technology to clone and all this. I'll take you back to 1990. I think what was it, 1996? Dolly the sheep. But that was just the first time that they literally told us that, hey, we got this technology to clone. They've been able to clone. They've been doing this for a very long time. They've written about this in science fiction. I'm talking about you can go back to like the 40s and and so on. They've been talking about cloning and putting this directly into people's faces. In the early 2000s, they were talking about going over to uh, India or Africa and trying to find the closest relative to the woolly mammoth, and then using the DNA from a fully frozen woolly mammoth that they still have, and combining that with the relative in order to basically make a woolly mammoth come into existence. Like I said, it's Jurassic Park all over again. We all saw how that went down. So if anybody, questions the cloning or anything, that's cool. No problem. Just pay attention to what the media has told you, what it is that they specifically put out, and what it is that science has already done for, to, fully understand and get that. Abraham Dane said that sounds like the World Economic Forum. You'll eat less meat and you'll be happy. I think that might have been it. I think that might have been it. I think that might have been it. This man is on it. This man is out here in these internet streets. Let me tell you something. This man is not missing right now. Let me tell you something. Um, Like I said, they're already modifying vegetables and fruits. You have to be careful to buy from trusted farm companies that actually has real. Yeah, this is why I gave y'all the story about Whole Foods, and I was trying to let y'all know that when I was there, um, they had a sign down in the basement where they would tell you like the GMO foods that they sell and the non-GMO foods that they sell because they sell both. Um, and they're supposed to have like the stickers and the different things directly on there. And like I said, they teach us this information, but that's not the information that they teach directly to the public. Like what they give to the employees and the information is different what they give directly to the public. Again, this is why Whole Foods is facing a lawsuit where they're getting sued for basically stating that we don't put any antibiotics in any of our meats. And then somebody bought some meat and tested it and they found some traces of antibiotics. They got to explain that. You can't sit up there and say that your stuff is 100% natural and people tested it and found out that it's fake. You can't do that. Now you're going to be held, liable. Leonard said they want to take away meat, then let them have the pork. Ah, that's true. That's true. Um, Black said you did a video on Liz's lawsuit. Nah. Because you know what? The funniest thing about it is I didn't really touch on it because I wanted to see how many of the ones that normally run their mouth when it comes to um, you know black men and different things of that nature. I wanted to see what was going to take place. I wanted to see if they would speak out upon it. And then the funniest thing is with the whole Lizzo thing is you don't hear a whole bunch of outrage. You don't see no Me Too movement. You don't see no time is up. You don't see no feminists talking about this because it's nothing but women that are coming against Lizzo. And Lizzo is the main one that talked about body positivity, but yet she's getting on her dancers for not being a certain weight or whatnot or what have you. Like that makes no sense. And this is why I sit up there and tell people you can't always believe the stuff that these entertainers present directly to you. Lizzo seems like this nice bubbly person. She seems like a nice person and all this other type of stuff. But also I want people to pay attention to this, and this is the important fact. A lot of entertainers in the entertainment industry, Cat Williams. Um, there was a brother who was on $1 million worth of game. He was a comedian, and he specifically asked Gilly and Wallow. He was like, "Yo, y'all ever had a visit?" He was like, "What you mean like a visit?" He was like, "Y'all ever had like once y'all make like sign a contract or make a certain amount, you ever had somebody come see you, right?" And Gilly was laughing. And Wallow just had like a serious no, I'm sorry. I think it was Wallow who presented the question. I might have like said it wrong. I think it was Wallow that presented the question to the black comedian because Wallow and Gilly were the main ones that did a video a while ago where they signed the contract for 100 million. I'm not going to say nothing more than that because there is some stuff I want to say, but I'm just going to leave it where it is specifically on that. Um, but the main thing that I will sit up there and state is that a lot of entertainers have basically stated um, that certain things have to be given. Certain things have to be done in order to obtain a certain type of celebrity, in order to obtain a certain amount of money. And Dave Chappelle once told people, before you get into the celebrity game, before you get into this fame game, know your price. Basically telling you, understand and know how much you're worth and what it is that you're willing to sacrifice in order to get there, right? What is your number? Right? What is a number that you're like, all right, this is where I can just walk off. I'm good. Or like I'm good. $20 million. I'm out of here. You guys got it. I'm not doing nothing extra. What is your number? So this is why if you start looking through a lot of these videos now, you got a lot of these celebrities talking about a lot of stuff that they normally wouldn't talk about. You had Monique sitting up there talking about, hey, if you look at my neck, I'm a big girl. You look at my neck and you see I got all this fat here. If you don't see this fat, just know. And she was basically telling Roseanne that if you don't see none of this here, You basically see a brand new Monique, something happens, all this other type of stuff. Look at the neck. If you don't see what you're supposed to see, that's not Monique. And that's what she sat up there and stated. And Roseanne was, in a sense, co-signing on that stuff and some other stuff that was, being stated. Like I said, people got to pay attention to a lot of these entertainers when it is that they're having these breakdowns, when it is that they're having going through these the quote unquote drugs and alcohol and they're spiraling out. Remember, the media made everybody think that Dave Chappelle went crazy and went to Africa to go smoke crack. That's what the media did. They did that within some hours. They literally had that story everywhere trying to make everybody believe that Dave Chappelle is crazy and he went to Africa to go smoke crack. If you don't believe me, if you don't know specifically what I'm talking about, go and look some of that stuff up. But back to the Lizzo thing, the reason why I'm saying all of this is that there must be something that Lizzo didn't do. Lizzo is up there. She's pretty famous. She got notoriety, she got celebrity, she got the money, right? And in order, as some celebrities like not Cat Williams, Kevin Hart basically stated that he dreamt of the day that he was going to be able to just step into the room that got two doors. And he was talking to Jay-Z. And he sat up there and stated that, once I got to a certain point of time, a certain hype, I was finally, like in that room, that has the two doors. And, I was ecstatic and all this other type of stuff. And then he was sitting up there stating that there was still another room. Right? He made it to the first room, but there was still another room with another door. And again, it comes down to what it is that you are willing to give and what it is that you are able to sacrifice in order to make it through that door, those doors. Like I said before, what do people normally say? This is the age of Aquarius. This is the time of truth and also deceit. A lot of things are going to transpire. A lot of truths are going to be put out, and then you're also going to have a lot of a lot of lies and different things directly in the mix. So people are going to have to figure out and decipher what's true and what's not, right? As soon as you said, "Nah, you built like a jaguar or a cheetah." The funny part is, I actually um a cheetah and eagle because I actually like flying too, but because I ran track, cheetah was like one of the animals that I loved, so much because I love like the speed and the power, and also I love like the look of a cheetah. Cheetahs look dope. Like said, I'm skin and bones. No, well, no. I wasn't always skin and bones. First of all, technically, I figure for me, with my frame, 130, 135 to 140, that's in a sense lean. I figure that's lean. Tanya said that's funny. It takes forever to lose weight. Yeah. I was technically I'm blessed with a fast metabolism. Um, wait, finer cheese, you great. It's like this sometimes. Right. Oh, True Royals Live, that is dope. I cannot open a what's the name right now. um Let me. I think I might be able to open. What's the name? Uh, sorry. When I okay, there we go. Typed it in. Let me just. All right, let me do that. I got a screen directly open for. I don't know why my YouTube is it's showing up. I need people to get those likes up in her live stream though. Oh, she is killing it out. She got what she got on there? She got like 241 people watching. She is killing it. Let me tell you. let me tell you, she is murdering that live stream right now. Oh man, I wish I wish I could get those numbers. That is cold right there. That's dope. That is awesome. Like I said, for me, being a content creator and being out here, I get hyped and I love when I see people being successful on their platform. So you got brother Torian. I keep messing up the brother's name. Oh my god. I think I did say it right. You got brother Reigns. You got T'Challa himself. Directly. I swear to goodness, I keep messing up this man's name. Dear God. You got Lisa doing crazy numbers. And then you got True Royals up there just like burning in that live stream right now. Lord, two something. That's crazy. Oh my God. I know that chat she probably got that on like on slow mo right now in order to like, see everybody up there. But I need for 200 and like something to be like watching, yo, them likes. I need people to get them likes up. That's crazy. That is completely crazy. I need people to get them likes up. But yeah, I got a window open for her to to add up to those views right there. Um Wait, Tiny said, I just never want to see a giant. LOL. I have a phobia of giants and I don't know why. You was probably a part of Attack on Titan. You just didn't know it. In some universe, you saw Attack on Titan. Lotus said, all right, family, got to be back later. Don't forget to like, subscribe. Much love and appreciation, Lotus. Have a great, awesome, and a wonderful day. Hey, we got Hard Talk Radio directly in here. Yo, what is up? Like I said, there's some names coming up in here I ain't seen in a minute. Hard Talk said, um, it's you will own nothing and be happy. Claude Schwab. That's bars. That is straight bars. 1984 episode of Voltron showed the clone idea. Yep. I think John Boyega, as a British actor portraying a drug dealer, is the clone for Negroes. He never had drugs on him in the movie. He only collected money and he didn't fit the type. I mean, that's true too. That's true too. And then, you can also look at it from the aspect of that everything is programmed. It's a pre-programmed um type of thing that is going on, and it's a message that is on repeat, and it's a message that we're in a sense absorbing, and we're carrying that throughout the generations. That kind of touches on what I was stating earlier about how it is that a lot of us are pre-programmed to certain types of information, or we're pre-programmed for a certain type of destiny or a certain type of life to lead, you know um to collect money. He seemed like the corner boy. He had a car but no customers. Right, 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 right. That's true. Light said, "Isn't Whole Foods one of the produces goods from China?" I'm not sure. That I'm not sure. Now, if you would have been mentioning like Monsanto, I would know exactly what you're talking about. Miss Williams said he just didn't come off as that person, right? Jamie, yeah. The host, yeah. Not Fontaine. Right, 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 right. That's true. That's true. That's true. Like I said, Lizzo already made a song last year about what's going on now. It was planned. Y'all look at the song Rumors. Oh yeah, they do put some songs on some stuff on in music. They do. Tanya said all of these WS always really their tools, aka Lizzo, aka Billy Porter, and etc. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That Billy Porter thing was crazy. That dude was like, "Yo, I had to sell my house." I'm like, "Bro, you got a whole husband. What you talking about?" This man, like, he was really trying to make it seem like he was like everybody else, like he was really losing out in this economy. Dog, you're rich. If anything is happening, you're rich broke. At the end of the day, your name still commands some type of respect and power in the entertainment industry. He can still, like, his name still opens doors. He can still get into places for free. Designers will still drop him things for free. And again, he can resell that for a dollar value if he wants to. So like I said, man, that Billy Porter just trying to run game on people. That's all that is. Ultra said Malcolm X warned us about the masses of people putting entertainers in our faces to program us. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. That clip is still getting played, still to this day. Tiny said crazy to sell your soul for evil. Yep. Miss Williams said the ethnic groups who consider themselves Black, African American are already made by racial creations are the attempt of replacing us. True. True. Doja Cat, Pink said Doja Cat is a prime example of what you're talking about. Oh yeah, the thing about Doja Cat, oh man, did I talk about Doja Cat? I don't think I did. So beyond Doja Cat, losing, her 400K, she got like 205 million people that follow her. Like that 400K, those are probably bots, just to be real. Those are probably bots because never in a lifetime, celebrities have done a lot of things, and I haven't seen people fall off on a celebrity like that in a long time, since like Michael Jackson, right? As pretty much the last time of a major fallout like that from like people, right? Um, the main thing that just so have happened to take place with Doja Cat is the guy that she's with. Now, if you pay attention to Doja Cat, you know that she likes certain types of guys, right? And as I told people before, it's cool. You want to do interracial type stuff, whatever, no problem, right? Now, the thing with Doja Cat is the fact that she would go on these sites and these forums where you would have these guys who are like incels. They would be, all types of racist, all types of this, all types of that. And like I said, she likes a certain type of guy that look like he might go postal. He might be Columbine worthy, to for lack of better words. And it was stated that there was a DM or whatever that came into her direction that was letting her know, it was like, hey, your boyfriend is the type of guy who was, talking to us when, we were, 14, basically when the girls were, teenagers. And they were coming through to, let her know, like, this is the type of guy that you're dealing with. And you literally see this woman body blocking and protecting this dude. And I just want to sit up there and make this clear. Other than Meghan Markle, and the only reason I'm mentioning that is because Prince Harry, he literally threw away everything. He threw away a title just to sit up there and be with that woman. He was like, "Yo, this is the wife that I chose. I'm not about to stand for none of this." He was like, "Y'all can have the money, y'all can have the inheritance, y'all can have the title, y'all can have this whole castle. It's like y'all ain't about to do this." And he dropped all of that. He is one of the only ones that I've ever seen that is a Caucasian man that will literally give up the world for a woman that does not look like him or his mother. Doja Cat, whose father, if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, her father is African. That dude came in and he dipped. Her mother is Jewish. She was raised, from what they stated, by her Jewish mother and her grandmother in, I think it was Miami. I think it was. So this is why, when you look at the whole hair thing with like Doja Cat and things of that nature, this is why you see certain things. This is why certain things are taking place. Again, she's doing a lot of things in order to protect this one person, right? And this is not the first time that we've seen a female celebrity do this exact same thing for a man that she decided to be with. There is also another female celebrity that did the exact same thing. The exact same thing. So, hey, it is what it is. Whatever, people are into or whatever they're willing to sit up there and give up, hey, it is what it is. Black said those who be signing Ursula's contract, it's almost like they passed away after their 70s. Oh, that's crazy. Pink said supposedly a ritual occurred on the 27th, on her 27th birthday. I believe it. Miss Williams said not just a color loss. The clone said it wasn't enough to drug and program us. That's evident today because all of us aren't going for it. That's true. That's true. And that's when the original of John Boyega, the oldest one, he was sitting up there, the scientist that produced everybody, he was sitting up there saying, like, instead of trying to, get rid of people, we just gotta fuse everything together. Right. And then you basically saw in the background, you saw how everything went to the darkest into the lightest. Right. It was almost like the whole thing of I can't think somebody might know what I'm talking about. Not Joshua. What's the uh what was the brother's name that they said created certain humans in a lab? Somebody can write in the comment section. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But that was almost reminiscent of, that whole thing that uh was it was it Yaku? I think it was. Uh, Somebody can write in the comment section, but it's reminiscent of that whole thing, you know. Um Tiny said exactly, they sold their souls. Look at that scene in House Party 2 when they ended up at that Illuminati ritual and Kid Capri said it's okay when he got stabbed because it'll be another one of me in an hour. That's crazy. Now I gotta go back and watch House Party. Miss Williams said that sounds like a labyrinth in hell. True, true. Or 60s, I believe. And don't forget she's denying all of it. Oh yeah, she is. Pink said we gotta get the likes up on your channel too. Hit the like button. Much love and appreciation. Much love. Like I said, YouTube will do everything, to potentially make sure that everybody, not gonna be here. But like I said, shout out to the people that are here. I think the height that we made it to was about like 60 or 70. I ain't seen numbers that high in a minute. Pink said if Billy Porter is really having issues, why haven't the members of his community helped him? Ooh, that's bars. Ooh, that's facts. That is facts. Well, that's also due to the fact that the overwhelming of the majority of the community don't look like Billy Porter, so he ain't gonna get no help. That's that's another thing too. Tanya said Lizzo thought they had her back. Those celebrities better beware of who they side with when they are broken by the elites and they want to come back crying because they're supporter. That's facts. And he knew he better get out of that kind of his family so he won't burn with them, Prince Harry. Uh, Tiny said, what do you think is going on with Ice Cube out there on these podcasts? Oh, he sat up there, Ultra said, Yakub. Yep, yep, yep. Basically stating, certain you got the original man, going through and making others in a lab. And when I look at that, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I'm like, I see it. I see it. I'm like, I see it. I was like, I get it. I get it. I get it. Um, what was it? Tiny said, "What are your thoughts on Ice Cube going to these podcasts?" I think it's a beautiful thing. Ice Cube, like I said, the brother made the big three. He did something that a lot of us has talked about, and we wanted people to sit up there and do, or celebrities. He did it. He got the funds and the money together to start the big three, which is a way to help out younger basketball players, and also some of the older ones as well. So that they're not forgotten in a bygone era or different things of that nature. So they're not lost. You know, in history, and you're just paying attention to the newest, hottest, youngest thing directly out there, scoring, all over the boards. Um, Ice Cube came up with a plan for black people. The black community turned on him. The black community talked negatively about him. Um, Ice Cube went directly to the Biden administration. They told him that, yeah, that's a cute plan, but we'll wait up until after the election. After the election happened, again, they didn't come back and try to work with Ice Cube, and you saw what the Biden administration was doing with the black community. He also stated that he was going to go to, Trump to try to get this through, and again, black people throw a fit. Black people just clear cut lost their minds, and they were like, oh, we can't believe you would do this. You're a traitor, you're this, you're that, and all this other type of stuff. um but yet black people weren't trying to work specifically with him to get that plan directly off the ground to give him any type of money or funding. If a million black people that have a dollar donated that dollar to Ice Cube, that's $1 million towards that plan. If they donated $5, the exact same thing. You donate $10, the exact same thing. If those black people each donated, $100, right? And you keep going up and up and up, right? But when it deals with the black community and, we want certain things to happen or to be done by people, it's like we're all cool to celebrate it and to be there at the cookout, but we're not there when the hard work and the investment and getting your hands dirty needs to take place. Like I said, we're there to relish in the success when everything is said and done because we have nothing to do, but we're not there when the hard work and the hands are actually needed. And that's clearly where we are at this moment in time. So Ice Cube said that he was going to do a whole run on a lot of different, on the press and going on these podcasts and different things of this nature. He said he was going to, anybody that was willing to listen, anybody that was willing to talk to him, he was going to appear directly on their podcast. And I love it because one way or another, he's going to get his message across. He's going to get it specifically out there, and he's not going to be shadow banned or blocked or a variety of different things like that. Because we saw the gatekeepers who, in a sense, was trying to hold Ice Cube to a certain point. Because Ice Cube went to a group of women who had a show, and they were in a sense trying to interrogate him. They were trying to tear apart the whole thing. Some of them were trying to critique it, and they never even read a page. He specifically asked one of them, he was like, did you even read it? She was like, no, I really didn't have the time. And I'm like, then how are you even talking on it? How are you even speaking on it? It's free online for anybody to look at. And he also said that if people don't really like it, then they can easily make some revisions. You could throw up whatnot or whatever, and they'll try to fit the revisions or try to do something with the input that you have. And again, a lot of black people criticized, a lot of black people ran their mouth, but people didn't really add nothing. A lot of people didn't really read nothing. They just went off of whatever reaction that other people were in a sense giving, and they just was going off of and running off of feelings, and that's not knowledge. So again, the moment in times that we say that we want celebrities to specifically um, work with us and to build stuff for us and to do certain things, this is what we do. But then when it comes to the celebrities that decide that they want to turn their backs on us or they want to treat us a certain type of way, oh, we'll love them, we'll care about them, we'll appreciate them even more because they're showing us how much they really don't love us, how much they really don't care, how much they really don't listen to us, right? But the ones that actually do care and love, this is what we do. This is how we turn, directly on them. Miss Williams said, is that number letter combo referring to your digital tax number? No, 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 no. Okay, so the number, just in case, if some people weren't here earlier, the number has to do, let me try to pull the screen back up for you guys, right? The number has to do with this page here. And this was like in the first hour, I was going over this. When you type in the numbers, it'll bring you up to this page, which is Google Patents. and it'll state cryptocurrency system using body activity data. So basically, what that is that it's technology that they're trying to implement that will be able to it basically internally it'll know you better than you know yourself. It'll know your heart rate, it'll know your fluid, your blood, it'll know your magnetic field. Um, it will, like I said, it'll be able to tell a lot of things. And they're going to try to implement this because it's also connected to money, right? And what they're going to try to do is that if they give you certain tasks to perform or do, this is tied into both, normal activities. This is, advertisements, video games, movies, commercials, what have you. Whatever activities that they or tasks that they have set directly for you, they can monitor and tell that you're doing these activities. So once you do these activities, you do what it is that they say that they tell you to do, you're going to get paid. If you opt not to sit up there and do these things, then you're not going to receive any money. Like I said, a lot of these things, they put these things directly out there to see the reaction specifically from people. If they don't really get a reaction, if people are basically like, it's okay, we'll accept it. It is what it. They're going to implement it. They're going to put it directly out there. Now, if it came to a point where people just started causing chaos and a ruckus and different things like that, then they're gonna be like, all right, we're gonna have to try to do this a different way. We're gonna have to try to be a little bit more subtle, a little bit more secretive, right? We already put it out there once. We don't have to tell you what it is again, right? It was like the whole thing when I brought up Balenciaga, and I did a live stream directly on it. I couldn't really go too much in depth because some of the stuff, directly up there might be a little bit problematic for YouTube, and they'll cause issues. But long story short, Balenciaga has some pretty questionable things that they were doing with their advertisement dealing with children. And when you took looks at the paperwork and the files that were directly on some of these pictures, you would find out that there were some very satanic, sinister types of things that they were doing. Um, and especially with the legal works that were directly up there. Like I said, a lot of information they'll put directly in front of you. And I think one of the books that was up there was like Children Under the Sun or something like that. And then when you happen to go, let me just type that. Let me just give me a second. Uh, let me see. I think I showed y'all the book. Is that the book? No, I don't think that's it. I forgot what it was. I would probably have to try to go back and find the information. But it was a book. I think it was made by like a European guy, and this book basically depicted children not clothed in these varieties of like other settings and different stuff. And it was like some sinister stuff that was taking place in some of those pictures. And the book itself is highly questionable of why it is that you will portray, kids, directly, in that manner. And then with the Balenciaga, I, wanted to highlight the fact that in one of the tapes that they had Ball directly up there. Ball, which is Baal. Um, Let me get that up there. Uh, there we go. Right. Um, Let me see if I can. Right. He is a false god. And what people would do, they would typically sacrifice to Baal, right? And Balenciaga, the way that it was spelled, and then you look at the tape that was directly there, they made sure to put Baal, directly up there for, you know, everybody to see. Um, let me see something. Let me see if I can do that real quick. If I can find, uh, yeah, there we go. Let me just get that real quick. Oh, I gotta snapshot it. Matter of fact, I might be able to, yeah, I'll just do this one. Yeah. So this is what it looked like. This is like one of the pictures, right? This is the Balenciaga tape. But you can clearly see that that is a BAAL, right? So like I said, they do certain stuff and they put certain stuff directly in front of you in order, to let you know specifically what it is. So if you decide to partake and buy, the products or whatever it is, you know what you're buying directly into. So it ain't like they didn't tell you. It ain't like, they didn't give you this information. You see the advertisements, right? You see the commercials, you see what it is that you're doing. And, like I said, they will give people certain, information. And it's up to you to, be on task and pay attention. Let me see. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was a thing at the moment in time where they would put the Balenciaga yellow and black tape directly on celebrities. And funny enough, let me just highlight that. Funny enough, you actually had Lizzo wrapped in Balenciaga tape. So, like I said, everything is connected. People got to pay attention. I don't know. People gotta pay attention to the things directly out there. But yeah, if you look up Ball, you will see in some instances you'll see him with the child. You'll see people also sacrificing and different things of that nature. So again, they telling you because Balenciaga is spelled BALEN. What is that? A CIAGA. But then on the tape you see BAAL. Ah man, yo, it's crazy out here. It is 100% crazy out here. Like I said, people got to pay attention. What else we got up here? The Divine Nine are part of the impact as well. The Black Boule will always lock down on all of us who don't fit with them. The gatekeepers, they behind a lot of programs and spells. That's bars. That's bars. Mark Biz sound. It sounds like a movie called Zero Theorem. Might have to look that up. Might have to look that up. Tiny said, I hope he stays on code. I stopped supporting another of these celebrities after the pandemic, except for Denzel and Michael B. Jordan. LOL. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you said Roland Martin and them? Damn. Oh, Big Three is in Detroit today? Wow. Wow, that's dope. That is dope. I hope a lot of people came out. I hope a lot of people came out. Um, let me see. Miss Williams said, I got the gist of a universal Fitbit, just even more accurate location tracking and informational data collection. Yeah, reminds me of Circle. I know they have these little ball cameras without us knowing. I don't think it works like they wanted to, LOL. They're literally the opposite of innovative. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Swing said I agree with Tariq Nasheed on many things. That root work and ancestral worship is not one of them. I mean, everything, ain't for ain't for everybody. Like I said, certain points, a lot of us will agree on a lot of things, which is great, which is awesome. Like I said, nobody ever said that, for everybody we gotta agree 100% on everything. Like I said, we ain't gonna see, everything on every single thing, and that's cool. I get that. I get that 100%. Tia said, "What was that? Um, was that the balloons? I didn't show off ball, did I? No, 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 I didn't do that. That was the image of the woman. That was Lizzo in the Balenciaga tape. That is, in one of the images of the tape that I showed you, Balenciaga was spelled Baal, right? And then the rest, of it. Fanny G, yo, what is up? What is up? What's up? I just know not one politician has taken the contract and ran with it. Yep, that's bars. Dealing with Ice Cube, that's facts. That's facts. That Life said, good to hear you speaking truth. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I try, my best. Like I said before, anytime that I might, have some information, I will bring that up, and some other information. I might try to correlate that into, something else. That that's the one thing I do love about, being able to do this for so many years. You can, think back to other, live streams or other videos that you've done, and you can correlate, that information into what it is that you've already done. Like I said, it's a fantastic and very dope and awesome thing. Also, want to give a shout out to any and all of you guys, because I think my phone might be off at this moment in time. Any and all of you guys who may have donated at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Miss Williams said, "It's true. We're all able to use the resources of our earth to help with our daily health difficulties, but that type of religion comes with altars." That's true. Black said, "And why is it that whenever someone on code and then do or state something so stupid and betray has to be a singer, comedian, or an actor?" Um, I would say because those individuals can easily be controlled. Like, of course, like a basketball player, singer, or rapper, or whatever, they do have their talents. They're able to do, certain things that other people, aren't able to do, right? And it might not even be specifically like, let's say, like a singer. It might not even be the fact that the singer sings great, but it might be the charisma, it might be the personality of the individual that draws people directly to them. Because the other thing that people got to pay attention to is that a lot of these entertainers, they're there because they can draw a lot of people. They can bring the masses, right? They can lull people to sleep if they want to, right? They can literally control on a whim people's energies and calm down certain things. So if anything were to basically happen, the powers that be will call on the pastors, they'll call on the celebrities, they'll call on the entertainers to basically pacify everybody, to calm down the situation. They've done it. We've all seen them, in a sense, do it, because they'll have like a handler or somebody in the background and be like, "Yo, man, I think, without really talking about the topic or getting too political, I think you should probably speak to the people and let them know that, violence isn't the answer, that, people should just, be kind and loving, and, don't give in to this and don't give in to, that." And, they'll give them that type of message to deliver to the masses, right? Because entertainers, some of which they have amassed a following of like 17 million. Doja Cat has what, like 25 million, somewhere up in there, somewhere up in the 20s. She got millions of people that follow her. And you got some people out there that will follow the words of what it is that she is stating. You got some people that will really roll out for Doja Cat. Like, if the time came, it's like, yo, you said what about Doja Cat? You you about to do what? They will really pull up. They will really pull up. Like, if you don't believe me, you might want to look at the worst aspect, look at some people that's in K-pop. They have fanatics, not fans. They got fanatics. They got people that will literally show up and pull up to wherever it is that you are. Like these are people that are invested. They are life invested. Like if you are a singer, if you are an idol over there in Korea, ooh, may the gods be with you, because that is something. Like them girls, those women over there, they will sit up there and cook you a full course meal and deliver that meal directly to your door, and you don't even know how it is that they even got the information to your house, but they got it. They got it. They will MacGyver their way into any and everywhere that you are. Like it's some crazy stuff. This is why, a lot of people don't be trying to say nothing negative about K-pop online, because those girls will pull up to the scene and they'll get there. They will get there real quick. Um, Miss Williams said he stays away from the Bible and is willing to push this. He's a hustler. I love it, but I will call a nigga out when they are gaming too much. Wait, who you talking about? Wait, I gotta go back up. Wait. Okay, okay, okay. T was talking about Lizzo. Okay, I got you on that one. I'm trying to figure out who Miss Williams was talking about. Ice Cube is giving undercover funding from some groups who are pushing him to divert Democratic allegiance, not necessarily pushing them to Republican, because it can't happen right away. Slowly and surely, once our people finally are unable to not support Democrat, what will they believe in? Um, they'll have to like figure something out. They have to figure something out. I'll tell you this, and I don't want people to be surprised. Remember, like I told you before, I have no dog in any type of election race. Um, More than likely and very easily, if it comes down to a race when it's like Trump and DeSantis, Trump is going to sit up there and win. Um, like I said, so I don't want nobody to be surprised. I don't want nobody to be shocked or anything like that. Just do not be too surprised. Don't be too surprised. More than likely, they're not going to try to pull the same thing. Oh, wait a minute. Let me retract that one. Um, how can I put this one? Uh, More everything, like I said, The Simpsons foretold. The Simpsons got an episode out there where they told you that Trump was going to win. There we go. There we go. Had to had to watch myself real quick. I was like, oh, let me. I'm like, wait a minute. YouTube gonna be like, wait a minute, what you say? Didn't we get you on a previous video? It was gonna be one of those. It was gonna be one of those. I know they waiting in the background. I was like, oh, he can, he caught himself. But yeah, don't be too surprised. Just main thing I tell people is just worry about the outcome and the landscape of America and how the outlook will take place. That's the best thing I can sit up there and tell people. Just expect the unexpected and just try to prepare as much you know as you can. Black said they have no integrity. Hack said check your Patreon DM. Uh, I even get there real quick. Let me see. Let me just try to do this. Yeah, I got the cat crying in the background for no reason. Yo, you know what the crazy part is? Let me snapshot this 'cause I wanted to show y'all this real quick. this is something that this is a message that I consistently get directly from Patreon. And this is the, like I said, this is the crazy part of, like I said, I don't know what other creators have to sit up there and deal with, or what it is that, other people like go through and stuff like that. But this is what Patreon is giving to me. Um which is this one, right? And the main thing I want people to understand is, never at a point in time. I don't do OnlyFans. So, I don't do OnlyFans on Patreon. So it's crazy to me that they would say that, please verify your identity. We are requiring we're required to verify that all creators sharing sexually explicit content and content that includes nudity are at least 18 years or older. I don't have any of that content. I've never, what I mean, I've never had any content on my Patreon that is adult or that has any type of nudity. So it's like, for them to send me this, and it's like, yeah, we need you to, like, really, verify. I'm like, that's crazy to me. Right. And then they're like, we may need to pause your payouts and transfers until we confirm that you are over 18. Bro, y'all got, all like tax information. Like, when you do a Patreon, let me just let y'all know, right? When you do a Patreon, you have to fill out certain information so they can actually like look up and find out, pretty much who you are with the amount of information that you actually give them. And then the funniest thing is, I haven't put anything on my Patreon in technically a minute, because I've had a issue or two before where, one, people couldn't see what was getting posted, and number two, I had a video basically get reported, and it was nothing that was in explicit or in nudity. It was nothing of that. It was a normal, average, everyday news story that dealt with a Muslim family that was in Texas. That was the video that got reported, which was crazy. Like, somebody literally paid money to go on a Patreon to report that, to basically cause problems with the Patreon. And now it's this. So I'm like, did somebody like report some video and basically tell Patreon that something is nudity and it's not? I'm like, bro, like, y'all weird. Like, I'm not sure who maybe, specifically is still there in that Patreon, maybe for $1, whatever it is. Y'all weird. For being like full-fledged adults and out here adulting, like, y'all weird. Like, y'all are 1,000% weird to just consistently try to like really follow somebody and try to like do some stuff like this. Like, yo, y'all really need to like get a life. Like, 1,000%. Like, yo, if there was a system, and I said this before, if there's a system to get put in place where everything that we do is connected to people's actual names, so be it. Because I want to see every and any individual who has ever left a comment and who does stuff like this. I am dead serious. I am dead serious. If that means I get to see the people who do this, I want this implemented pronto. Because, like I said, stuff like this, I'm tired of stuff like this. 1,000% tired, and I completely understand and know what it is that I'm saying, and what it is that I'm asking for. I completely know and understand that. But like I said, people being able to hide behind the anonymity of a keyboard and do whatever it is that they want to do to cause issues, um, to people's livelihoods and stuff. Nah, son. Nope. I'm not about people still sliding by and and doing whatever it is that they want to be able to do. That's nonsensical to me. But I just wanted to bring that up. Wasn't really trying to go on a tangent, but it is what it is what it is. It is what it is. Um let me see. Yeah, I gotta really go back through here too. Uh you already there? Oh man, I didn't even know this was. Wait, this was your name the whole time? I didn't even know that. I ain't even. I got y'all. I'm gonna hit you up. I got you. I got you. I gotta think of something. I gotta think of some stuff. I got you though. Well, much appreciation, brother. Much appreciation for the lookout. I got you, man. I got you. Um, yeah, I gotta think of something real quick. Not even sure what it would be. I'm not even sure because it ain't like ain't like I can sit up there and like say food. We can't, we can't do that because that's gonna be old. I gotta think of something. Ms. Williams said, "We're at a point where we have been forced to realize that we have no position, no purposeful belief in assimilating for a greater good of us." That's true. That's true. Black said there's no different than black conservatives. I got you. I got you. 22 Ronan, yo, what is up? What is up? He said he told, "Where were you August 5th of 2023 at 7 p.m.?" Uh, probably playing Remnant. More than likely, I was playing Remnant. I might even have some live streams up there. Didn't I do a live stream? I should have. I should have actually did a live stream like from the first, roughly up until now. Yeah, it was like playing Remnant. That's up there. Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. I got some live streams directly up there. Hack said, oh yeah, responding to Tia. Miss Williams said I wouldn't use that deodorant because now he talking about work since promoting that deodorant. I mean, for me, this is why I look at it. I'm all for like alternative deodorant stuff that is like that's healthy. Um, like I said, they also got stuff on WeBuyBlack.com, and different things of that nature. um, where things are made, in a sense like in house. People, make them at their businesses or their homes or whatnot. Because a lot of the chemicals that are in the deodorants they cause issues. With the body, and especially when it deals with like women, because you guys are a lot more sensitive when it comes to certain things. So you know uh if the stuff is natural and it works, hey, I'm all for it. It was William said investigating, and we're not allowed to access that information. Wait, what information you talking about? Miss Williams, what information? Technically, I feel like every single time I say Miss Williams, it's almost like a teacher, like I'm in a class and was like, "Hey, Miss Williams, how you doing today? You look nice today, Miss Williams." It almost feel like I'm back in school. I think did I have a Miss Williams for a teacher? I think I might have. I think I might have. Tia said, "I ain't gonna lie. I have been communicating with the ancestors more and more." Hey, all right, all right. I see you. I see you. Miss Williams said, "I use Arm and Hammer, the essentials." I think don't I got the Arm and Hammer does work, but this is the thing I say: you gotta check for certain chemicals that are directly in there, like aluminum and I don't think barium is in there, but aluminum and different other metals, the things that are the antiperspirant things that stop you from sweating. Like a lot of those things, are not, they work, but they're not really good for the human body. You know. Uh, Fanny G said he also said that he'll be dismantled. I believe it. That's when you said the people who report your content and you can't find them. Yeah, it's crazy. You said it doesn't have aluminum. Oh, okay, all right. I'll just say like, yo, just to make sure, like, if you ever catch like the time, you got like some free time, just like break down the stuff that is specifically on the back of the deodorant. Because some of the times, like, yo, when we look up, this is what somebody has stated to me, that some of the food that's in America, of course, it's not allowed over there in Europe. Like, it's banned. Like our breads and all of that stuff. Like a lot of that stuff is banned. It's also banned in Canada as well. But if you order specific things, certain stuff, certain ingredients that they put in it over here, they don't have those same ingredients in those foods or those candies or those cereals over there in those European countries. Those ingredients are not there. So that in a sense means that in different countries where quote unquote we got the same stuff, like I promise you this, like, and this is because I saw like a video. If ever at a point like I went to an Asian country, I will be trying like American food. Like I seen it like in Thailand, like Pizza Hut is different. Like the ingredients and the stuff that they use is way different from the stuff that they use specifically for us. The way that their food looks, way, way different, right? And you can say the same thing for KFC. KFC is going to be different in a lot of those Asian countries. Like the way that their chickens are and different is going to be way different. This is why what it is. What it is that if you happen to drink ramune, which is it's a Japanese drink. It's a soda. And you drink that and you taste that, right? Natural sugar, everything is good. And then you taste something like Pepsi or Coca-Cola, Mountain Dew, right? There's a difference. There was it like that drink almost feels like it has life to it in a sense, which is weird, right? And then when you drink the stuff that we drink over here, which is the normal, Coke and different stuff like that, it's different, right? And it makes you feel different as well, right? I know this because I'm a Coca-Cola addict. The first, the first way that the first thing of knowing that you got a problem is being honest about your problem. I know I got a problem. I pick my vices. Like I said, I'm pretty honest directly on this platform. That is one of my vices. If I happen to cook a meal or things like that, I don't drink. Like I said, nothing against people who drink. For me, it's just not a me type of thing because I got alcoholism in my family. So I try to stay as far away as possible from that because I've been able to see what that does to people directly over time, and it's nothing good. So I pick and choose my vices. Even though I know that Coca-Cola is not good, you can use that to pretty much clean toilets. You can use that to clean car parts. I completely know and understand that, so I don't need nobody to browbeat me in the comment section. You know, um, what was it? Black said their McDonald's is built different. Oh yes, yes. In those Asian countries and in Europe. Oh yeah. Like I said, that's the one I would. Yo, let me tell you, if I had the money to sit up there and travel to these different countries just to try the food that we normally have, I would do it in a heartbeat. I would do it I would be live streaming the mess out of that. And I would just be like, yo, y'all sit up there and say like, yo, Seji, try to see if they got, a Chick-fil-A or something over there. Let me know how that food is. Like, all right, I got you, no problem. We wanna sit up there and we gonna hit that up. We gonna do that. Ren Wilson said, I lived in Japan and McDonald's is the best. Yo, I believe it. I believe it. And yo, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I've always wanted to visit Japan due to the fact of the respect that the people now, of course, I've covered stuff on this channel when it dealt with like, racism and blackface and stuff like that goes on. Right. But I've always wanted to sit up there and visit that place due to the fact, of course, I'm black. I'm in the anime, Power Rangers, all that other type of stuff, right? Came directly from there. And then the way, like how clean like Japan is, it's almost like you can eat off the streets. Like it's crazy. Like the amount of respect that they have for where it is that they live is crazy. There was only so few videos. Like I watched this one dude, he does 4K videos where he just walks around Japan. When I tell you that for that to be the so busy with so many human bodies, and you barely see trash on the ground. In some areas, you did not see any type of trash. But even in some of the areas where you saw people, you you saw minuscule amount of trash. Now, when you're in America, oh no, son, you're seeing like pop bottles blowing in the wind. I'm sorry, my bad. Soda bottles. You're seeing soda bottles flying in the wind. You're seeing rappers. You're seeing advertisements. You're seeing newspapers. You're seeing all of this stuff on the sides of highways, streets, and gutters, on lawns, taped to the side of the house because there was a storm and the heavy rains just basically painted it to the side of, like, you got trash everywhere, and it's like that makes no sense. All that basically tells me is that in America, people don't care about where it is that they live. They just don't. And I'm not just talking about the people that go out there and they're like, all right, well, I take care of I ain't talking about you because I did the same thing. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about everybody else. Whatever we do, that does not cover everybody else in the stuff that they're not doing. So I just got to get that out there for people to understand in a general fashion, in a general sense. When you look at America, people do not care about where they live, and that's a shame. It's a shame that you can go to other countries that are not as packed humanly as we are, and they are busy like New York almost 24/7, and you barely see trash on the ground. That's crazy. That's crazy. Pink said, I've seen videos of vloggers food shopping in Japan, and the fruit and vegetables are brighter. Yeah, the eggs are different. The fruit, like, yo, the sushi, oh my God. Yo, if I could roll to Japan, I would just be sitting there like I would be like Naruto. I would just be sitting up there in like a noodle shop, in a ramen shop, and I'd be having sushi like that. That would be my life. Like, let me tell you, I'd be in the best shape of my life. Let me tell you, because the stuff that I would be eating would be crazy. I'll be trying like so much, stuff directly over there. Oh my goodness. It'd be crazy. Yo, RJ, what is up? What is up, brother? What is going on? What is going on? Rick Wilson said the burgers look like the pictures, and I love that they have random vending machines in the middle of no. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, yo, the way that they do they vending in America, we all know that if you go to a vending machine in America, you know not to get the ham sandwich, and you know not to get anything egg, you know not to get nothing tuna. You know that. Unless you're at a place where the vending machine is serviced from that direct place, that's the only way that you buy that stuff. Even then, it's still a risk. In Japan, you can buy sushi and it's fine because it's restocked every day. It's not left out there for like a week, 2 weeks, or a month. They don't neglect their stuff. Like, they are on it. Like Japan, like it's crazy the way that they work. Like, they do need to be able to like relax a bit, but the work ethic that they got there is beautiful. Like, yo, we don't got that in America. Like, the way that they sit up there and work and care about what it is and they take pride in it, we don't got that. That's another reason why I want to sit up there and just like want to visit Japan. It's like that whole energy, like of what and how they do their stuff is crazy. Like I said, when you can like remove yourself from what you're used to and to go into like something else that allows you to absorb different energy, that frees you up, that releases like weights and stress directly off of your body. It allows you to sit up there and just be somewhere, just to be somewhere, right? Your spider senses is not on 10, it's not on like 100. You can just be there, you can just be there. you know I don't know no other way to sit up there and put it but that. It's like, you know um and that's true. Yeah, everything looks picture perfect. Like, they do not play games. I swear, like, it seems like everybody in Japan got a photographic memory. Like, when they sit up there and do sushi, I'm like, yo, this looks just like I'm like, how did you do this? Like, you gotta be an expert. I'm like, man, whew. It's like God took the wheel on this. It's like, this is immaculate. I don't even want to eat it. Miss Williams said the best cheeseburger and French fries are the ones that are semi-burnt, and you can taste the seasoning that that person cooks with, the uneven onions that add a little more besides this. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's almost like the hole in the wall, like type of place. It's like I can't speak on everybody, but it's like if you know that a restaurant, looks a little bit like off slightly, the food is probably going to be, you know, pretty pretty good. It's weird, but it's like whenever you've gone to like a restaurant that looks expensive and it costs a lot of money to be there, it's like the food is like it's like a five, right? In some instances, it might even be a three. It's like, yo, I just really spent like $40 on this. It's like, what is this? I did that at Red Robin's before, and I was hugely disappointed. That was back when I was like 20. How was I? Like 22, 23. It was like somewhere during that time frame. But then when you go to like some hole in the wall joint and you sit up there and just order something just randomly, it's like it tastes like some gourmet type stuff. It's like, yo, what is this? It's like the heavens have opened up and delivered me the best dish I've had in my life. It makes you almost want to cry when you take a bite of the food. Like I'm not sure if I'm a food person, I'm a foodie, so I'm not sure if anybody's actually been there where you've literally had some food so good that you start like your tear ducts like just start working. It's like, what is this moisture from my face? Like, what is this? I didn't even know this was possible. You just got tears of joy just like rolling down your face. Not because you had a bad day. It's like, yo, the food just is it tastes immaculate. It's like you can the best way I can put it is if somebody really loves their craft, if somebody really loves cooking, you can taste the love that they have for that craft versus if somebody is doing it just for a paycheck. Oh yeah, you gonna taste that paycheck. You're gonna taste the paycheck and the receipt because you're gonna understand that it wasn't even worth it. But somebody who actually loves what it is that they do, it's like, yo, you can't really compare it. You can't even really compare it. Like when somebody is cooking and you're used to like somebody's cooking your food, you can tell if somebody is having a good day, an excellent day, an immaculate day, or if somebody is just like having a real bad day. You can tell. You can tell. Like I said, you can tell a lot of things by somebody's cooking. Like I said, I'm a food person, so maybe it might be just me. I'm not sure. Um, Black said, ever since I tried the fruit punch in the Bahamas, it's like I never trust a single bottle of water in the United States. Oh yeah. They got some good stuff. Like I said, other places got some great stuff. Like I said, the United States, I always say that Australia, everything in Australia is meant to like kill you. And it's like pretty much all the foods in the United States are meant to dumb people down, weaken your immune system, and potentially later on kill you. Like it's that's pretty much how I round up, the United States. I still eat the food, because it is what it is, but I at least understand what it is that I'm diving into, head first. Um, Miss Williams said, and ketchup made from tomato sauce, barbecue sauce, and mayonnaise. That's bars. That's true. That's true. RJ said, doing good, doing good. Got you. Uh, Pink said in Japan they have vending machines that make burgers. Ooh, did I see that? I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna have to look up a YouTube video. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna have to watch that for a YouTube video. I'm gonna sit up there a little bit later. I'm gonna fix my beans and my rice and my cornbread, put that in my bowl, and I'm gonna be, sitting in front of the TV. I'm gonna be watching some vending machine, Japanese vending machine videos. You just put me on something. I'm gonna be looking that up. Miss Williams said, I will cut those potatoes up like circle chips, but they're still soft when you go for leftovers. They harden just a little bit to keep them unlike fry farms. Ah, okay. You said I will have a CNC. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Grape soda or orange soda because I will settle for no name brands. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. You know the funny part is the no name brands taste just as good, if not better, than the name brands, and that's the killing part. It's just like the Fruitios, and they got like what is it like the Pebble Rocks, and they got the four leaf clovers. Like everybody know, like if you ever been in like in a hood and you go to like the dollar store, they have like the no name brand deals that you can sit up there and get for like $2, and it's like this giant like plastic bag of cereal, and it's filled to the funny part is the giant plastic bags that they give you at like the dollar store are filled to the brim. Now when you go to the market, you pay $4 to $5 to $6 for those skinny boxes that they give you now. Like literally all cereal has been on a dieting plan for like the last 5 to 7 years. It's crazy and it's insane. I need the government to stop. I don't need y'all to control what it is that I eat or how much sugar I intake. Calm that down. But when you buy those cereals, it's like, yo, it ain't even worth it. Two of those boxes don't even add up to the full size boxes that we used to have back in like the early 2000s and the 90s. Like the cereal, like the boxes back then, them bad boys were whew, immaculate. Oh my God, the amount of bowls of cereal that you could sit up there and get out of that on a Saturday morning. It was beautiful. And the amount of cereal that you can't get out of these boxes on a Saturday morning watching cartoons is despicable. Let me tell you, the turn of events, it's crazy. It is 1,000% crazy. Let me tell you. You said ground beef, and it takes uh, a little messy fingers in 3 minutes to make your patties. That's true. That's true. Elmer Hamburgers in Detroit. I think I had that. I think I might have had that before. Think I might have. Think I might have. Pink said, "Give me a minute. I'll find the link." All right, all right. Miss Williams said Rice Krispies and not the KI, just add sugar. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The Rice Krispies. Yo, let me tell you, my mom used to always, when I was younger, I used to always bother her. I'm like, yo, can you make the Rice Krispie? Like she would always make me the homemade Rice Krispie treat. She would buy the Rice Krispies, she would buy like the marshmallows and stuff like that and put everything together. Let me tell you, them things tasted great. I would have homemade Rice Krispie treats that I can sit up there and take with me to lunch. And it was beautiful. I didn't have to sit up there and spend like two plus or whatever dollars to sit up there and and do that. My mom would just sit up there and and make them because my mom she loves like baking. She loves cooking and stuff like that. Like she loves baking cakes and stuff. Um, like I said, it's dope. It's very very awesome stuff. Very awesome stuff. And I'm not sure if people actually understand Rice Krispie. If you're balling on a budget and you want some cereal that'll take you a long way, big box of Rice Krispies. You get you some sugar, preferably white sugar, even though I know that's unhealthy. Not no Domino sugar. You get the normal granulated sugar, and you throw that directly on those Rice Krispies. Oh yeah, oh yes, it's a good day. It is a good day. Let me tell you, it is a good day. I mean, then you can spice it up. Some people might you might be some sugar and cinnamon. Spice it up with that. Or you can also use some almond milk. Some of the almond milk have different flavors to it. I like the honey almond milk, which goes pretty good with certain cereals to give it like a little extra kick that it didn't necessarily have when you're using whole milk. The red cat milk. Different stuff like that. All right, Pink came through with the link. Uh, let me see. What is she? Let me see if she's still streaming. Oh, she ended the stream. It's about she streamed for about an hour. All right, all right. Like I said, she was. Oh, she had about 1.2K people that came through on that stream. That is dope. Whoo, that is madness right there. Oh my God, that is straight Madness right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She had a lot of people roll through. That's dope. That's dope. That is dope. My goodness. Let me see. I'm gonna have to go. I gotta figure out which YouTube you might be actually on at this moment. Give me a second here. Let me go to lives. Let me go here. Again, shout out to any and everybody that's, just here. Um, okay, so a lot of y'all are on the original. All right, so we got about 13 over there. Much love and appreciation. Tia said, "Well, I thought I had you as a oh, I got you on the oh wait, let me hold on. Let me see. Yeah. I gotta get Tia back up there. I could have sworn. I'm like, wait a minute, why is your name not blue? I'm like, hold on. We gotta fix that real quick. We gotta fix that. Um, let me see. So I gotta log into the other ones he said. For real says you have two siblings and that cereal lasted us all week plus some. Yeah, yeah, those big boxes, like yo, if you had the childhood, you know about those big boxes of cereal. They would be there for a minute. Now, if you had like some oops all berries, that's a little bit different. Like I was tearing that box up through the week. Let me tell you something. I would be sitting up there watching my main shows. It might you would have like some Supernatural. You might have some Smallville. You might have some of the other shows on WB, cartoon wise. You might have like some Static Shock and different things like that. TGI Friday, one Saturday morning, Power Rangers, Pokemon, stuff like that, Transformers. So, you had a lot of different, times to eat some cereal. Or if you was on summer break, you was watching a lot of the judge shows. You was watching People's Court. Dun, 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 dun. So, you was sitting up there watching that for about a good hour. Judge Wapner wasn't on there. That was the old People's Court. You was watching Judge Christine up on there. And, she would roll up on there and it would just be like a funny thing. Then you would have like the judge shows back to back. Some of y'all remember during summer break, you would have Judge Christine Milian. You would have also Divorce Court that was on there. You would have Judge Mathis. I know a crackhead, sir. You look like a crackhead. That's a crackhead move. Judge Mathis out cold. You have Judge Mathis up there, and then you would have the classic Judge Judy. You would you would have all the judge shows like lined up, son. Like it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Let me see now. I gotta go to. I had to sign into the other channel so I can get that link that you sent. Let me see. I can open that one in another tab. Oh, yeah, I can watch this while eating my food. Let me just have that pause. I'm gonna have that pause directly in the back right there. Um. Oh, Prince said he was like I watched you on two different computers. Hey, much love, brother. Thank you. Much love. And matter of fact, I gotta get you up here. Uh, this was I gotta get you up here. Hold on. Let me just get you up there. Um, let me see. Pink said the video is about 10 minutes long. Go to the 812 to see how it comes out. Judge Wapner and People's Court was the best. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, The Price is Right in Jeopardy. Oh yeah, 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 that's true. You also had the other shows like Whose Line Was It Anyway? And different things. You also had back then, like the Wayne Brady Show, stuff of that nature. Like I said, there was a lot of shows. It would take me a minute to go through and list some stuff, but there were a lot of television shows that I sat there and I was just watching. Like at a point in time, you might have even caught me like catching on some what was one of those shows? Not Guiding Light. What was the name of that show? Was it General Hospital? It was something because I remember when I was younger, it was like, yo, it just came on. I'm like, man, whatever. I don't know who none of these characters are. I'm about to just sit up here and watch it. And then you start watching like those soaps, and then you just start getting invested. It's like, yo, she just slapped that dude like that. Like, yo, what happened? so so now you just like you caught up like with the rest of your family. Now you in these soaps, and now you pretty much having like full fledged conversations talking about somebody's like evil twin just came back from the dead. It's like, yo, it's crazy. Ty said, "What we talking about?" Um, I'm just talking about like random stuff right now at this moment. I ain't really talking about nothing much. I left the information directly up there if people wanted to, like look it up, and stuff of that nature. Um, Well, he said Powerpuff Girls, Ren and Stimpy, yeah, Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z bars, Kim Possible, Dexter's Laboratory, yep. Channel 50 movies hosted by Bill Kennedy. Oh yeah, I think I know about that. Yeah. Back, let me see. We used to back before it was like CW. You had UPN. Um, that was another thing too. Like back then, I would be watching a lot of the black comedy shows. So Martin, Living Single, um, like anything that was black, like yo, I was watching. I didn't care what it was. I was, of course, you ain't sitting up there telling people I'm a full fledged adult. Don't even matter now. So you might have had like girlfriends that was on. I was sitting up there watching that again. It was a show. It was like all women. They all look great. So hey, it is what it is. Uh, you had like the Living Single. That was another show. Yeah, Martin. That was another show. Parenthood, you had In the House, you had Hanging with Mr. Cooper. Um, of course, the other shows you had like Seven Heaven, um, Full House, of course, because you had the Olsen twins, and if anybody was during the '90s, you knew that the Olsen twins were running rampant, and they just had video game after video game. Like it wasn't I swear for like 20 years, the Olsen twins had a video game. It was on Nintendo and GameCube, and then I think later on it might have came for like PlayStation and stuff like that or whatever. But it was crazy. Like they were running video games during that time. Like it was crazy, crazy. But yeah, UPN 50 had a lot of movies. Like on Saturdays and Sundays, they would be running those movies. You'll be seeing like some 007. You will see Siege. They might even play some Mortal Kombat, different things like that. Jerry Springer. Oh yeah. As the world turns. Yeah, I think I might have seen some episodes of that. I saw like the A Team, like old stuff, like '80s and stuff. MacGyver, the A Team. You had like Quantum Leap. One of my favorites. You got the Outer Limits, the Twilight Zone, both new and old. Especially like I love the old, Twilight Zone. That was my that yo. You can't tell me nothing. That is my show. Right there. You also had Poltergeist. That was another thing right there. You had the Crypt Keeper. You also had the classic infomercials. I used to sit up there and watch those. You had the classic Luther that would wake you up about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Here and now. He would do the here and now. I promise to love you faithfully. Yeah, yep. You had a lot of those. What else? What else? What else? You also had the classic "My Guy." This is Billy Mays. You would have that, showing directly. Like I said, I was watching. It was a lot of stuff because they would run the cartoons for a certain point. I swear, they treated on Saturday mornings. They treated the cartoons like McDonald's treats breakfast. When it turns like 11 something, McDonald's like, yeah, we don't do breakfast. It's now lunch. When it turns 12, it's like, yeah, it ain't no more cartoons. We cutting that off early. Cartoons are done. We putting on those infomercials quick. I'm like, bruh. I'm not trying to watch no QVC right now. Ain't nobody trying to do that. What's happening? You said HBO fairy tales for every child. Save my appreciation for um Aesop's fables. Oh yeah, I know about Aesop's fables. Yep, yep. Oh yeah, Dawson's Creek. Yeah, yep. Every time I was with my friends, like me and one of my friends, we would always sing like some of the songs. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Let me tell you, everybody has that one friend where y'all would just back each other up. It don't matter what the song was, and it would probably be like the whitest song possible. Y'all would know the words, and then y'all would sit up there and be like ad-libbing and backing each other up on that song. It's like I said, it's a lot of stuff that you just so happen to miss. Like it's classic stuff, like being able to have that type of like chemistry with people, and you just out there like you're not caring about what nobody else is sitting up there thinking, and it's like y'all just automatically like going into like singing like some Dawson's Creek, or you might be doing some Paramore, like some Avril Lavigne or something like that, like some crazy stuff. Let me tell you. And everybody just looking at you like you weird. Prince said, "Kid video. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Xena and Hercules. Yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yep, I can hear the song right now. Xena and Hercules both had the I think the dude who did like the intros for both of them. Then during that time you also had Dark Hercules, and then you also had Ares that would do, the crossover. Ares came through with like the goatee, the dude was sitting up there just like getting women like left and right. And he was after Xena. Like that man Ares was after Xena and I think they did have something at a point. And the funny part is when you look at the guys back then, like Kevin Sorbo and the dude that played like Ares and Joxer and stuff, nobody was like really severely muscular. They were just, it was sort of like uh, um, a 1950s male body, type of build, or somewhat similar to the Christopher Reeves effect. Like Christopher Reeves wasn't like the male superheroes that we got now, but it was like it was still believable. It was still believable that that dude was Superman. He didn't have to have like the cuts, the ripped abs, anything like that. It was just like he was able to give off that energy on both characters, right? And then you had, Kevin Sorbo, who technically messed up because he said some stuff that he shouldn't be saying, right? Oh, and let's not forget, technically, I used to claim this dude, Dean Cain, that used to be my guy, but then he started saying some stuff. He started going into that Republican area, hardcore conservative, started saying some stuff. I'm like, bro, you ruined this stuff. You messing up my childhood. You calm down. Calm down. Clark and Lois, that was my show. You messing it up for me. You messing it up. Like, yo, shut up. Right. And during that time, again, that dude was like 5'8". He was like one of the shortest Superman to ever play the role, but it was like he had the look and he had the presentation, to do it. And it was believable. And then they also had the camera angles, so it worked, you know. Um oh yeah, Bob Saget, yeah. Bob Saget was psychopath, yeah. Yeah, Bob Saget was on some he was on some stuff. You said real sex within the business. Oh yeah, that was another show. HBO, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Cable after dark was a thing. See, kids don't know kids of today, because everything is pretty much after dark now. Cable after dark was a whole different thing, and that was like specifically in some instances, depending on the channel, that might be 7 p.m. If you know, you had to you had to be there during those times. But after that, it was realistically about like 12, and then after that, around 3 o'clock, then they'll start playing like normal movies again and stuff like that. Like I said, it was some crazy times back then. Like I said, you had to, in order to like see stuff. Some people know what I'm talking about. In order to see movies and catch some, and in order to catch some, you might have to like jiggle the cable cord. You might have to take off the back cap so you can sit up there and cut a little bit more of the cable cord so it can go into the TV so that stuff will like show up a little bit differently. Like I said, people don't know. People don't know the gymnastics that you had to go through in order to sit up there and in order to catch shows. You know. Like I said, it was real back then. Prince said 12 noon cartoons was a wrap. That's bars. That's bars. Had to be up at 7 or 8. Yep. And also, some of the things I think I might have mentioned this in a previous live stream when I was with y'all before. You had the cartoons because I did private school. We had like latchkey, and you would go to school like if your parents had to work early as well. You would be at school at 7. Like you'll be there an hour ahead of time. Like you're just sitting up there like playing around, watching TV, eating breakfast, stuff like that. And 6 in the morning, you had on WB, you had the Fantastic Four, and then you would sit up there and have Iron Man. And I was like, oh, this is dope. I was like, I didn't even know these shows even came on, right? And then by the time it was actually time to like really go to school, this was like um later on middle school when I they didn't have the latchkey during that time. So I was actually leaving, I think, at 7. You would have Beast Wars, you would have Transformers, you would have Sailor Moon, you would have Dragon Ball Z, you would have Pokemon. Those were the shows that were on. Like I said, I still remember Sailor Moon fighting evil by moonlight. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And then you got the Dragon Ball Z that will come on, and that was pretty much for like the guys. And back during that day before people knew who they were, Lincoln Park was shout out to Lincoln Park and Chester. They were sitting up there. They were doing that back then. That Dragon Ball Z thing, like I said, like the stuff that we had and how it was done, like it's classic. It's classic. Tia sitting up there laughing. Pink said, in my acrobatics class, I played Footloose as a pre warm up, and people went nuts. Oh yeah, that's a class. It's like yo, whenever you sit up there and hear that song, like even when I watched it like when I was younger, I got up and started dancing like with them. It's like Footloose. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, you just start moving just because. It's like even if you don't know how to dance, you just doing something like you doing like a little bit of footwork. You might even just do like a 2 step. You might do like the Watusi or something. You might do the Cabbage Patch. You just moving something. You doing something. Tia said Screech from Saved by the Bell was a nutcase in real life. Yeah, yeah, he was going through some stuff, and I was really pulling for that dude. You talking about Dustin Diamond? Yeah, yeah, that dude was crazy. He was going through some things, and what was the black girl name on Saved by the Bell? I forgot her name. But yeah, she was going through it too. That girl got some. Yo, she needs some help. Let me tell you, she was looking great back then. She was what's the name? She was Stacy Dash before Stacy Dash. She was Hillary before Hillary, and that girl was dope. Like she was cool. Uh, Lark Voorhees. Yeah, like that girl, she was yeah, like yo, she was dope. Like anytime, let me tell you, anytime I saw like a black girl on like a TV show, I immediately had a crush on her. I'm like, yo, she cute. So it was like back in the day when like Raven Simone was like on like the Cosby Show. I was like, yo, she could be my girlfriend, you know. Because I'm sitting up there looking at her. I'm like, hey, we basically like like the same age. We almost like the same. I'm like, what's happening? What's going on? Tia said, yeah, she said she was hearing voices. Yeah, she got a. That's sad. Like I said, I don't feel like that was something that just automatically just like how can I put it? I don't think that was something that was already there. I think something that happened that triggered or caused that to sit up there and happen. Remember, these are like young kids. that's doing like a lot of these shows and that's dealing with popularity. Um, Prince said Urkel's girlfriend. Oh, I had a crush on her too. Oh my goodness, Myra. Lord have mercy. Let me see. Let me see that. Let me see. Uh, like, let me tell you something. That girl. I'm trying to get like a clear cut picture of that girl. Nah, nah, nah. I'm trying to get the more up to date. Yeah, 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 yeah. Her name was Michelle Thomas. Lord have mercy. Let me tell you something. That girl, she is one of the reasons why I'm like short women are attractive. Like let me see if I can sit up there and put that up real quick. Lord have mercy. I'm messing up trying to put this picture up here. It ain't one of the best pictures, but it's one of the main pictures I was able to sit up there and find. Because when she sat up there, like in the later years, Lord have mercy. Like that girl she was there. She was there. And it was like, and it wasn't even just the fact because she was beautiful. It was also the fact that, yo, she was there. She was down for Steve. Like if Steve wanted to sit up there and like rob a bank, she would be there. Like she was really like there for Steve. And I'm like, dog, like why? Why would you go for like Laura? Like if you really sit up there and like look back at Family Matters, like yo, Laura was like the worst woman possible. She was literally the worst woman possible. Like she overlooked this dude, she stepped over this dude, she misused this dude. She knew that he would do anything for her. She knew that he really like loved, he had undying love for her and all this other type of stuff. And Laura would just go for the popular dudes. She would go for the jocks. She would go for the dudes that would like play her and all this other like the guys that just really didn't actually care. And it was like that was like in a sense like real life because you got a lot of women out here that will fall for the guys that don't love them. Like one girl was there's a girl out here that's a celebrity. I forgot her name. She's young, early 20s. She stated during a podcast, she was like she's attracted to guys, but she lose attraction to the guy if the guy is really into her. Like if the guy is actually like into her, she's not attracted to him anymore. So it's like the more that you're not attracted to her, the more that she would be attracted to you. It's the dumbest thing possible. It's the most backwards thing, and it makes zero sense at all. And it was like when you look at Family Matters, it was like Laura came around only when it was that Steve was not giving that undying love. When Steve was like, "Yo, I'm focused on somebody else," it was like I'm with like Myra now. It's like I can't be here for you no more. It's like I can't do all of this no more. Like I'm giving her the flowers. I'm giving her like, the roses. I'm doing, the trips with her. I'm doing like the science projects and stuff with her. And after all of that was Steve was disappearing and dying down, she realized how boring her life was. Steve was actually that excitement. Like it was always something new with Steve. It was always some new experiment. It was always something new to try. He would always want to take her somewhere. He would always want to get her something. He was always, trying to shower that girl with like all of this love and this appreciation. And she ain't appreciated up until it was gone. And at the end of the day, she didn't even really want to even get married to Steve. She wanted Stefan. So yet again, she wanted somebody that wasn't him. Right? She wanted the cooler version, of Steve. She wanted the smooth, guy and all of that other type of stuff. So even with Steve being Steve, she still didn't want Steve. She still wanted another image of Steve. So, like I said, it's crazy. It was like actually going on that journey like with Steve and seeing that and rooting for him and all that. And it's like, yo, it's like you look at it now as like a grown man. It was like, man, that really wasn't even sitting up there worth it. Like Myra was like that one. And I would love to actually know how Family Matters would have like ended if she would have been like if she was still alive and she was still able to, play that role. I would love to know how that would have, actually played out. Because I think at one point in time they did break up for some reason or whatnot, whatever. But like I said, I get, Steve was like, yo, Myra is like smothering. Like the same thing Steve did to Laura, that's what Myra did to Steve. And Steve didn't like it, which was weird. Like I said, it's like, opposites, attract. You know, it's it was the weirdest, love triangle to, in a sense like see, which was funny. Um, but yeah, let me see. Let me go back to these comments here. Oh yeah, Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. And then you also had House on a Prairie. That was another one as well. That was another one as well. Um, One Life to Live. It might have been One Life to Live. Uh, Prince said jackpot. Yep, she fell for the Urkel clone. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wait, what you laughing at? It's like every single time I look at the comment section, I can sit up there and catch like Tia sitting up there like laughing at something. I'm trying to figure out what you was laughing at. But yeah, it's like yo, it's crazy. But and this is another thing that I want to highlight too. Like a lot of the shows back then, it's like you could learn um some life lessons. You could, carry something from that story into, real life. You could carry some of that stuff even still to, adulthood. Like when you look at how some of like the geeky or the nerdy, characters are basically treated, you can look at society, right? You can learn and understand. It's like, yo, I understand how this character was treated. I'm technically in the same boat, or I'm viewed the exact same way. So, you know, take that lesson as don't give attention to those who don't deserve it. You know, stuff like that. Tia said, "I remember Urkel's love triangle." Yeah, yep, yep. And the young woman, Myra, because I just read off her name, but I'm just gonna go back by her name. She was married or engaged to Malcolm Jamal Warner, who was a part of Malcolm and Eddie. And I was like, I found that out. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, I didn't even know that y'all was engaged. I'm like, when did that even happen? I'm like, wow. And then it's like he lost her. I'm like, man, that's tough. That's tough to like have somebody like that and to like lose them just like that quick. I think it said that she passed in 98. I think it was. Let me see if I can go back real quick. Michelle Thomas Family Matters. She what? Wow, she was. Hold on. Wait a minute. Uh, uh let me see that. Let me go back to that. Right, right. Uh, She says she was born in nine. Let me go back to. It says she was born in 1968. Huh? No, no, no. She was born in the 60s. From what they. That is what? Wow. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, I would have thought that she was like in her 20s. I was incorrect. Incorrect. That is crazy. Wow. Let me see. I think they had. Yeah, that was her name, Myra Monkhouse. Oh yeah, that was one of the better pictures right there. Yep. Let me see. Ted. I think I remember Ted, who was her cousin. She was enemies of Laura, and she did not like Stefan at all. Her first appearance was A Thought in the Dark. Her last appearance was Lost in Space Part 2. Wow. By the last season, with Laura finally realizing that she has feelings for Steve Urkel, it caused both him and Myra to grow apart. In season 9, breaking up is hard to do. He learned that she hated his makeover and demanded that he return to the nurse, suspenders and all. When Steve refused, Myra broke up with him first, and it later turned out to be a plan to get him to renounce his love for Laura. That failed, she resorted to not only suing Steve, but also stalking and spying on him to illegally surveillance gear. But I think what ended up inevitably happening is that Steve just split himself apart. You had Steve, I think, yeah, because Stefan was, I think, if I remember, didn't Stefan get married to Laura? And then Steve was with Myra? When Myra learned about Steve's engagement to Laura, she makes one last attempt to win Steve's heart after learning Urkel's life is endangered during a spacewalk by posing as his fiancée during his broadcast, which fails to win him back. It's implied that Myra went to jail for her crime for stalking Steve with illegal surveillance gear. Wait, what? That is crazy. Wow, look at them when they were younger. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, even looking under like the fandom stuff, somebody else said that they had a crush on her too. Yeah. Sad that Michelle Thomas passed. She was a beauty on the show. If they did a reboot of Family Matters, Jaleel White would be sad. So Laura, rest in heaven. Technically, they did well. They didn't do a reboot. They did a they came like together for a little bit. Oh, so Stefan. Wait, the episode 10, Death of Stefan, is revealed that Stefan and Steve are two halves of one being, right? He later in the season becomes the father of Stephanie Lorene Urkel. Born in 1999. Wait, Stefan had a kid? It says that the original ending for Out with the Old is for Steve to choose Myra and move back to his old house with her, but Nick Neddemeyer lives there now. Huh. My bad. I'm sitting up here taking time reading this in silence. My bad. I almost forgot I was in a live stream real quick. Oh man, that's crazy. But yeah, um, that was like I said, that was crazy. Like I said, you can get caught up in like start reading like a whole bunch of stuff and whatnot. It's crazy. Um, but yes, guys, yes. That's pretty much everything I wanted to bring directly to you guys. Again, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. Uh, RJ said, "Yeah, I'm still here." I swear, I think I probably like went dead silent for a good like 5+ minutes because I was like reading like through the comments and stuff and trying to like remember and go through the stuff and whatnot. But yeah, but no, that's pretty much that's everything that I wanted to, minus the 2 hours of probably me just like talking about whatever. But the first main 2 hours dealing with the stuff that you see on the screen, that's the main important stuff that I wanted to bring to you guys. So hopefully you guys will take out your time and explore that information and everything that is being stated and put directly out there. And hopefully you guys, with the stuff that you happen to learn and find out, you'll share that with your family, your loved ones, or potentially anybody that you just so happen to come across. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of you guys that's a part of the Patreon. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys who have donated money to the platform. YouTube is YouTube, and you know we just gotta try to roll with the punches and make some stuff hopefully work out. And again, much love and thank you guys for the love and support, and I will see you guys on the next live stream. Peace out. Also have a what's that? Have a great start to your week as well.